Hey guys, welcome. Hope you can hear me. Let me actually check.
Glorious.
So yeah, guys, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Today we're doing some filter updates, and I will need your check on the sound quality first before we do actually anything else. So how's the volume? Is the volume okay? Can you hear me well? Is everything fine? The cat got caught. I'm gonna release her in a second. She wants to go. She expecting something better like food. Sound is okay. Volume is good. Very good. Can you hear the music? Is everything fine? That's that. Let me close up all windows. Today has been very chaotic. But I think we are on a good road, getting a lot of stuff done. Unfortunately, I wasted like 1 hour because I introduced a merge conflict. It's not something you do, it's kind of a newbie mistake. I forgot to switch branches and pull before pushing, and created a lot of issues for Zoe. I mean, probably she somewhat deserves it, but still, it was not good. Anyway, no, she doesn't. Just kidding. Right. Let us proceed. So what we're doing today is we're doing our classical every 3 months-ish filter update today. Are you Swedish? I am so not Swedish. We're doing the classical filter update today. We'll be doing item tiering. We'll be doing a lot of discussions about items. We'll be doing discussions about pocket covers. We'll be, yeah. And we hope we'll get the FilterBlade update done. Nothing wrong with being Swedish. No, I'm not saying anything wrong with being Swedish. I'm saying I'm so not Swedish. There's a bit of Russian, a bit of Ukrainian, a bit of German, a bit of some other bloodlines, but definitely no Swedish. That's all I'm saying. Why no hot tub filter stream? I'll put into the suggestion box. There's some Polish blood as well. You know, all of the ones that like getting or get involved in the conflict. Kinda, if they've been involved in the conflict, I'm there somehow. Right, let's start. No, I don't talk Polish. I have some Polish relatives and some Polish blood, but I don't talk Polish though. Alright, so I have this handy list that I mostly copied from the last one, but updated a bit. This is the stuff that we have to do today before the filter is done. Now, just to give you some perspective, this is oh, 1 second. Because the sound quality is not good. Let me check. Why is the sound quality not good? Why is it not good again? I would have expected this to be fixed. How is it now? Is it better? Is it the same? So it is the right microphone. It's all fine. Okay. All right. I think I should just check out my general configuration. Okay, so guys, to give you some perspective, I've been working on this update specifically on the filter, and I'm not talking about, you know, FilterBlade changes, tiering rework, all of these things. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about specifically about this filter update. I've been working on this filter update for about a week now. I got the filter notes, I think, 2 days early. So been spending a lot of time building and rebuilding stuff. So what you're seeing right now is basically the cherry on top. kind of polishing, discussing tier lists, evaluating, doing kind of these fine polishing that kind of makes things really much better. It's often, you know, the final percentages that does make things a lot better. It is rimworld. In terms of music, it is rimworld. All right, so I do want to give you a couple of insights, and I want to ask you for some favors. What I mean by that is I will be working very actively and much more concentrated in the next hours, and we'll be discussing and we'll be talking about tiering and pricing, but there will be questions in chat, and I don't want to answer the same questions all the time, and I want to give you these insights as well. So if you see these questions getting asked, if you see these questions kind of popping up, it's something for you to know, and it's also something for you to maybe answer someone else. I would like to ask you to carry this knowledge on. Right. First thing. So we're kind of changing the order of events there. I'm gonna really sneakily change that. That's fine. When will the filter be done? It will be done before the launch. So it will be done before the league starts. But it will, it will be done before the league starts. Oh my god, I am so a bit on edge today. I also wasn't streaming for a while, so. Anyway, the filter will be done before the league starts. What will be updated? FilterBlade, the filter, the GitHub file, the ladder filters. Any source where you can get my filter will be updated. Just a bit of second, gonna post this link. For the most questions, kind of for most common filter questions, this is the link where you can find answers. How do you update? When do you update? How exactly, what is the difference between different types? So this is the next thing I want you to know. Then let's say I will finish the filter 5 hours before release. This is very probable. And what does that mean? That means the filter will be on the stage for 329. You probably want to take care of that. Get rid of all of these. So if the filter is on the stage for 329, it will not work in the current version. So filters are usually exclusive to the version, so the current filter will not work in the next update. And this filter, the filter for the next update, will not work in the current version. My father has sent me a blog post. I'll definitely answer him, but not right now. So yeah, you do need to update. Now the question becomes, how do you update? Updating, once again, you can post the lifecycle link. The lifecycle link is great. Updating is done in different ways. Why is your message failed to send? Why can't I send things in my own chat? You can't see the message, right? What the hell? Okay. My OBS is being weird. I'm gonna just post it directly in Twitch. Let's do it this way. So right, this is the FAQ link. Yeah, no, maybe OBS. Maybe it's on me. I don't know if it's on me. Right, updating. If you're following my filter on the ladder, all you need to do is, well, it will be updated when the game starts. So all you need to do is refresh, but only if you follow my 7 base filters on the ladder. That has some downsides. The downsides are you can't change it yourself, so it's kind of the standard version, but it is auto-updated. You can't use styles, and there's one thing that is kind of important. At the start of leagues, PoE servers are often a bit overloaded, sometimes these ladder filters don't work at the start because the PoE servers just don't deliver them. So maybe you want to download a version from FilterBlade anyway. FilterBlade, to update your filter on FilterBlade, you simply load your previous save. So you go to My Filters and you load your save. I'm doing it in PoE 2 now, but it's the same for PoE 1. The moment you load your save, we will merge all of your changes into the latest version. So we do all of the change merging completely automatically on our side. You don't have to bother with anything. Right. Oh yeah, also FilterBlade got a bit of UI rework, but that's a different topic. We'll talk about that later on. EU servers are garbage and leaks that unfortunately they are. Often EU servers are completely unplayable at the start. No, not completely unplayable, they're very, very laggy and often not in a good state. Right, that is basically, oh yeah, and if you're following my filters on GitHub, you have to re-download. If you have any downloaded version of a filter, it is not auto-updated. Okay, next information I want you to know. You start the game, right? Finally you are in the queue, you are done waiting, you created your luminary, you're gonna do the super unique flame link build that no one else is doing, and you are on the strand and your filter does not load. I recommend doing the following thing: checking out the FilterBlade Discord. It's a very good kind of way to get impression. If you see that Discord is dying by people by people threatening me with violence and everyone's yelling that it's not working, chances are it's on my end. If you're the only one yelling, and if it's on my end, I'll fix it in 5 minutes. This will be always the case. This didn't happen, by the way, since I think 6 years. So chances are it's not on my end. Chances are it's on your end. Maybe you didn't update it correctly. Maybe something got cached on GGG side. In this case, maybe re-download it first. I think it's a good way to kind of get a feeling if it's on your end or not. Of course, still report it. But yeah, that is what I wanted you guys to know. Kodakula, thank you so much for the sub. Nice to see you again. Three Triceps, thank you so much as well. Cookie Giro, thank you, and it's nice to see you again. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all of your support. Okay, Rukas, thank you as well. And there was a sub giveaway before with 5 subs that I somehow do not see. I am very sorry. I have no idea why it disappeared. Yeah, I don't have an answer. Oh, Visa, that was you. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Right, so, what else do I want you to know? What else? I think that's basically it. Maybe a bit of a note. I moved to Greece recently, to the island of Rhodes. So I'm streaming here from the cellar, slightly protected from the heat. There's a downside to living on an island that sometimes get earthquakes and catastrophes and stuff like that. There is a small teeny tiny chance that there will be a power outage. In this case, most likely the stream will be back in a short time, but anyway, it will be updated anyway. The filter will be still done. So, you know, just something to keep in mind. Stability will be a little bit lower here when it comes to streams, but filters will still be done on time. Well, great, glad to hear it. The filter will be updated, oh yeah, and for the most common questions, well, will the filter be updated a couple of hours before release? Could be 3, could be 5, could be 4, could be 2. Most likely like 3 or 4. There's a rooster's filter. Go to FilterBlade and it's there. Alright, I've asked you for your help and thank you so much. Okay, let's start. So first thing first, I need to confirm that I'm using the right branch everywhere. On the FilterBlade tool, I'm using the master branch. This is correct. FYI, branches are this sort of branches are kind of a way to develop in multiple different lanes at the same time, or when it comes to programming. So I need to be on the right lane. Jesus Christ, Dianchi, thank you so much for the huge 50 sub giveaway. Oh my god, thank you so much. It is so kind. Thanks. It's crazy. Thank you so much. Alright, the aspect branch is correct. Now the filter polish Z branch is also correct, but I'm not sure I actually pushed it. Once again, Dianchi, super big thank you. And Big Mac, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here for such a long time. Much appreciated. Alright, filter precursors. This thing is also on the right branch. So it's important that all of these tools stay on their own branch, because if I push them too early, so they need to be working in sync. What I mean by that is, for instance, the aspects do not work if the filter is not on the right state, and the filter polish Z is a tool that actually generates the filter and updates it based on the economy, does not work if the aspects are outdated. So I need to keep them on a branch and then put them all back in the same spot at the same time. AWS are having issues. Oh no, that's bad. FilterBlade is on AWS. I do hope it goes well, we'll see. But I do think they resolve it. Alright, we are on the right tools. Now let me just do a clean sweep. So we're gonna close down all windows, just completely everything. Should not be doing end task on Chrome, it doesn't like it. And then we're gonna restart things so that we know everything is clean. Will you start as Luminary? Yes, I think so. So I'm gonna be honest, I kind of didn't want to start as Luminary for multiple reasons. So first of all, I kind of hate that the Luminary, so this is kind of my big issue with Luminary. I absolutely hate that the best way to play Luminary, at least at the start, will be stacking links, it seems. I mean, stacking Flame, Link, and Life. And I will be doing that. I will be doing this early on so that I get the right progression, I get to know the league, I get to experience how people build luminaries, how people build these type of characters, because I need to know this as someone who updates filters. It's really helpful to have this type of experience. I wish there would be more diversity there. I'll try to do a bit of a substandard luminary. I think I'm gonna go kind of like summon a luminary with links. This is kind of my hope what I'm gonna do. And then I have some lightning shenanigans that I wanna switch to. But at least in terms of start, I think I'm gonna go with the flow and go for the luminary light stacker, like light and life stacker, like 25% of people are. It's probably the most common build. It's kind of, I kind of expect 20% people playing this, 20% people playing Winter Orb, around 50% people playing Cold Dot, and then you have a couple of different people. There's a new side. There's a couple of things that FilterBlade changed. It's not that huge in terms of changes. It also is just kind of the first. So what we are doing is we are reworking the UI, but we are doing different UI rework steps. So what I mean by that is this is not the full UI rework. This is the first phase. So right now this is the new UI. So the top bar was moved to the left side. We are using the main space more efficiently. There's a better start site for beginners where they can read up on how it works. This window is much better usable. The search bar is amazing. You should definitely use the search bar. It's really, really good. And also the site is now fully supporting mobile and tablet. Also a huge shout out to Zoe and Luna from the FilterBlade team. They've done a ton of work on this UI. And this, by the way, as I said, this is not the final step there. What we are doing is kind of like we are revising them step by step. The first step was looking at improving space usage, performance, search, new player experience. Afterwards, we have some big plans, but you know, bit by bit. Right. Who is Overflow? Unironically, Overflow is my company. Because, you know, FilterBlade does have a lot of patrons, and if you're getting a lot of money from anywhere, the state is like, give. So I couldn't say like, well, it's just spawning there. I had to create a company, and the company, we were wondering, well, how do we call that? And we called it Overflow. As a joke. Anyway. This is started up, right? No, it's not started up. So I need to first check the leak state. So now we're actually starting to work. It was a bit of an introduction, so quite honestly, it's me forgetting how to stream, because I haven't been streaming for a month and working on some projects. Right, so I'm gonna set the leak start date to 2 days ago. Actually, we can set it to yesterday. So that means we're gonna simulate a situation where the leak started yesterday for the sake of economy tiering. This is not very important. This is just about how long the leak start date starts. So the first 3 days of the first 3 days will be counting as an early leak. There are no custom themes this leak. Custom themes were not something we worked on. But I don't know if it's normal last leak, but I did use default settings and I almost missed a ring with friendly charges on a white ring. Any settings I missed? So I don't know. So first of all, I don't know how. It's a bit hard to show because these rings are now gone. There's no more friendly charges on the rings, right? Let me check if I can still show it in the PoE1 state in offline mode. 1 second, I need to bypass here a couple of things. But I don't think you could have missed it. So there's a couple of things to say there. First of all, the filter cannot know the implicit of a synthesized items. Filters cannot know what kind of corruption an item has, what kind of synthesized implicit it has. It does not know this information. What it does know, if an item is implicit, and I can guarantee you all rings that are synthesized are very, very well shown. So if I switch to PoE1, 1 second. This is a bit of a... There's no more synthesized items, so it's a bit hard to show it. But let's say fractured items are kind of similar in many ways. Oh, it's PoE2. Oops. So it was looking more or less like that. And you see it was shown on pretty much all strictnesses. And I guarantee you synthesized items will also shown. Guys, thank you so much. Give me a second, I need to do a bit of work here. Pixies and doing here, thank you so much. Thanks for your support. All right. Also, just a thing, I think that is important to note if you are not very familiar with my filter. I need to show it in PoE2 now, but it's pretty much the same for PoE1. I have this thing where several items have blue minimap icons. So I color code a lot of things. If you see a blue minimap icon, like a blue star or a blue, this diamond icon, this always means this item could be valuable. It most likely is garbage. It could be valuable. You will see that, for instance, this unique leather belt. So a unique leather belt is 99.99% is a worm's mold or some other crap. But it could be a headhunter. There's a chance. So these blue icons indicate, hey, the filter does not get to access to this information because GGG allows filters to only look for specific things. I can't check it for you. You have to check it out. It's kind of like FilterBlade insufficient. You have to use your own. Matarazzo, thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Feel free to contact us on the Discord if you're serious about it. We can definitely talk about it. So you want to show specific stats on identified items? Sorry, not to follow this train. Is there a way to filter identified traits of a Genesis tree? The filter already comes with some identified trait rules. Yes. There are maybe not all. Identified rules have some limitations, so they're not perfect, but they do filter for a lot of good things. All right, we've changed the state. Now let us start filter regime. Also, I missed who asked it, but someone asked, am I using any sort of AI for the whole thing? Yes and no. So what I am doing is, I'm not building the filter via AI. I'm also not letting an AI evaluate any sort of filter or economy data. I'm not building the tools primarily with AI, so I will occasionally use AI for bug fixing or looking up information. What I do with AI is building up tools that complement the work without actually changing them. For instance, I have a test suite for FilterBlade where I run automated QA testing for FilterBlade in Playwright. So this way I can basically do UI tests to confirm that all the functions are working. And this is something I've built with AI. It has made 0 changes on FilterBlade and 0 changes on the FilterBlade code or UI. However, it is helping me by building tools. So what I usually do with AI is I build tools to actually help me code instead of letting AI code. So I don't want to turn FilterBlade into a vibe code project. I think this is the wrong choice. I think one of our biggest benefits is trust. First of all, I really believe that I'm a pretty solid filter maker and definitely better than what an AI trained on general information will most likely close to ever be. And at the same time, I don't think you want me replaced by some AI that does some sort of hallucinatory vibe stuff. And I'm not saying AI is pointless. I think AI will have a big part in the future. It already has now in coding, at least in programming. I don't think we can escape this. Honestly, I'm not very happy about that, but I'm gonna be the first one to tell you now, I think this is here to stay. But at the same time, I do not think that replacing, FilterBlade has been built over many years. We have many working pipelines. We have a lot of automation. We have understanding of our code. We have a lot of time spent on building custom programming languages. I don't think slapping AI into that will be an improvement. Yeah, you know what I use AI for? This is a tool that I used to build filters for. Here's my glorious use of AI. I used AI to figure out how to make the lines in this table, the rows in this table, have alternating colors. I couldn't figure it out myself because VPF is crazy. But this is something I actually did with that. Oh, and I also made this align better. Like these minimalist things, this is where I'm actually liking that. But what I do not want to do is, you know, build the filter with that. Claude fix the filter to start showing mirrors again? Oh, we can actually have fun and like ask AI build a great PoE filter and we see what it does. Claude Code is nice. Guys, I am definitely using these tools. I have Claude Code, I have Codex, I've been working with different models. Now I'm self-employed, but before I've been an IT architect, I've been working with these models. I'm not saying you shouldn't be using or AI is pointless. I'm saying use it responsibly. Anyway, this is the FilterBlade. This is FilterBlade. This tool is what I use to actually build the filter. This thing also runs in the cloud. So there's the desktop version, the cloud version. This thing consumes data from sites like PoE Ninja and uses a lot of our own data and database to do clever decisions about tiering. So it is not really doing much in the first, let's say, 1 or 2 days because the economy is not there yet. But afterwards, this is what drives the decisions. And as we see, we are currently looking at the uniques. Is it normal for the site to be down for PoE2? Yes, unfortunately, yes. Every unique group has these aspects. Aspects describe properties of an item that are necessary to do the right decisions. For instance, let's take a good example. Let's take the classic Dying Sun. So the Dying Sun is a great flask, right? It drops from the shaper but then we have coruscating elixir, and coruscating elixir, if you don't know that it only comes from a divination card, you would be tiering that. So you would be then evaluating, you have a base type that could be this or that. But by knowing that the coruscating elixir drops from a divination card only, we can put Dying Sun into a much more appropriate tier. This is kind of what I mean, right? And the same kind of goes for many other items. So these rules kind of define how the item works, and they're very different but depending on the section. So you can see, let's say, the rules for currency are different. And then you have these things, and these are the safeguards. These allow and disallow items to be put into a certain tier in a specific state of the economy. So I split the economy into 3 states: early, always, and late league. For reference, early league is the first 3 days, late league is 3 weeks after the start of the league, and always is the time in between. Well, it also is anything else if late league is not defined. So by using this kind of tech, we can do a lot of rules like what can be hidden, what can be shown with different type, how should item behave, what part or parts of development field behave we need the most consultation help on, if any. I would say it's mostly the backend, because FilterBlade has a bit of a unique challenge. FilterBlade needs to be hyper scalable, and it needs to be really quickly updatable. And at the same time, sometimes you have like 20,000 users in 5 minutes. Sometimes you have 5 users, and it needs to scale well. And we also need to do these auto updates for the patrons. So if you're not aware, patrons have this feature that they can have their custom filters on FilterBlade auto updated. That costs them $3 per month. So this needs to also this is kind of the way we sustain the site and fund the development. And so this is the kind of the part that needs to be also considered, right? All right, so I've been just talking about the preparation, giving you some basic data, and let's proceed with our to-do list. I think we are fine here. The economy state, let me just check that it's right. Unfortunately, I have to use a slightly later economy snapshot than usual because I've done some reworks, but it should be fine. I've done a lot of controlling. All right, the change has been adjusted before. Okay, so now we're actually getting into the... Hey, Gitaholic, nice to see you. And now we're actually getting into the bread and butter. And before we before we start that, I want to give you guys something to quickly help me out with. This is a poll. One second. Pretty sure I need to post it directly in the chat. Oh, my OBS is being weird, so we're gonna post it here. I would appreciate, guys, if you could vote there. And so what is this about? Let me show you. This is about, I would like to know your preferences on what you want to leak stuff. And I have already a lot of answers, but I think it would be great if you guys, it's the same poll as yesterday. If you voted yesterday, it's the same. You don't have to vote, but I do think it's something, first of all, I think some of you would just like to do that. And I think it's also nice to have your voice heard, because your votes matter when it comes to how is the filter seared at the beginning, right? So yeah, I would appreciate your vote. We're gonna start with that soon. The poll is, so first of all, just to give you some insight, the poll is only used to do the filter tiering. I will also post the results of the poll in the FilterBlade Discord channel, so you will be able to see the outcomes there. And there's the questions that are like, what kind of weapon setup are you using? What type of weapon are you using? What kind of armor are you planning to use? What kind of content are you gonna run? Because this kind of affects the starting preferences. If FilterBlade were a standalone client like passive building, would you then no longer need to worry about balancing traffic on the website? No, I would have to worry about it probably even more. Here's a situation about standalone apps. FilterBlade, the thing about filters change all the time. Filters are about having latest data and generating up-to-date filters, and you also ideally want to save them in the backend, and only our backend can actually send directly to your account via the OAuth API. So if you want things to be updated on your account and not just as a local file, which has a lot of advantages, this can't be done, by your local server, by your local app. So you would still need to kind of send things to the API and talk to your account. And at the same time, you would also have to have the app updated, and you have to worry about local issues, and you would need all of the latest economy data, and you would need all of your latest, so that's in the latest filter. So there may be some advantages to that in terms of load balancing. I don't want to deny that. I think overall some things would be easier, but then you get into this whole thing of, well, it runs very different on different machines. Some users just don't update, and if you don't update your POB, most likely you're okay, and you will update it like once per leak and you're fine. If you don't update your filter, the outcome is very, very different. So this is why I am very, very reluctant to consider any sort of local applications for that. Sekiro, thank you so much for the subs. Vega, thank you so much as well. What is worse, I think GGG's choice to do the filters online is probably the right decision, but I think it could use a lot of improvements. There's like this really annoying caching layer, a lot of stuff that is kind of Venom Assassin, thank you so much, and thank you so much for helping so much with the FilterBlade management. Thank you. JBZA, Sephiroth again, CDLA, guys, thank you all. Right, so once again, take a look at the pinned poll, and at the same time, while we are looking at the poll, let us review the currency. Let's get this work started. I mean, just to give you some insight, I've done already most things. Now today we're just double checking things and doing some polishing. Also, there's like one thing that I need to review that is actually very tricky. All right, so ignore the prices. The prices are around 1 month of the last leak. So augmentation goes into the lowest here at the start of the leak, and this is fine. Armor scrapped here. Jeweler orb returns there, so we can see the jeweler orb is basically pinned to return to this tier at the start. Alteration orb is also pinned to return there. You can also see the outcome there. It's also a bit annoying because previously I called this tier chromatic orb. Yeah, chromatic orbs are probably going to be more expensive than chaos orbs now, making it very annoying. Literich, I'm glad you are feeling this way. I think this is very descriptive of the new UI. The new UI is very different from the previous one, so your first experience will not be positive. But once you work with it for a while, you first of all, you see how much better it looks in terms of space distribution. And when Zoe, and she has been building the UI, showed me the showed me first, I was actually not happy. But then, you know, after working with this like for like half an hour, and then it went back to the old UI, I instantly saw how much better the new one is. I am so used to this old UI that the new one, you don't instantly see the advantages there. It takes you a couple of minutes to get there. And just as a note, we plan to do a lot more work on the UI. It was a long form to fill. Yeah, maybe I've done it a little bit too much there. But thank you so much for the votes. And guys, there will be many more UI changes. This is kind of just the first, you know, layer. I would love to be able to use some of the FilterBlade functionality. Well, some of it is coming. I have some of it in the work. The problem is this is kind of like an insane level of complexity. It's really hard to explain kind of the algorithms behind that. Are you planning to keep the option to switch between different versions of the interface? Absolutely not. Every time you have multiple versions, you need to maintain multiple versions. We will be working to improve the current version, and if you have specific feedback, please go to the Discord and tell us what you dislike, and we will read and consider and change it. And if everyone tells us our UI is crap and we need to do it different, and we love the old one much more, and this will be the overwhelming opinion, who are we to tell no? But we do need to stay with one version. We can't, like, you know, I don't have 100 developers around who will be just building different versions for the fun of it. How has life been up to the move? Very good. I'm really enjoying roads. I'm much more rural life. I'm working on projects. I'm sometimes in the garden doing some, you know, garden and housework. And this is completely new for me, for a city person. So yeah, it's nice. Have you already shown poll results? I didn't, but I will show soon. All right, chance orb. Chrome at the start, that's fine, correct. Alchemy there. Binding, Chrome, Alchemy, that's correct. Noxious Catalyst, Turbulent Catalyst, Scouring 5, 4, yep. Impute, Regal, and Kindling. And Kindling is honestly kind of a terrible orb at the start. I think we're going to move it even one tier down. It's Coin of Restoration is just gone for a while. Tainted Armor Scrap can stay there, it was fine. Tainted Blacksmith Whetstone is fine. Chromatic Orb, oh my god. Chromatic Orb, where do we put it, guys? I think it goes into the Chaos Orb tier. I think it goes into the Chaos Orb tier. I think it will be a Chaos Orb. Maybe it will be an Annulment Orb. Maybe it will be even a Divine Orb tier. I mean, it's a bit weird. I call it Divine Orb tier, but it's now not Divine Orb. It's the tier under Think. But yeah, so we're gonna start with the Chaos tier, and then we'll allow it to be tiered based on the economy. Thanks, Dr. Val. Right. Chromatic. Astragali alchemy. Fusing alchemy. It's here. Intrinsic catalyst. Just to kind of give you an explanation, the bright green color is the one that will be picked as a default, and the one that is most likely going to end up. I'm not going to go in all of the curves and graphs because there's a lot of, it can still sometimes go into the other tiers. It's a bit complicated, but basically you can imagine like that. Most likely it's going to be in the alchemy op tier, and these other tiers are also acceptable. This is kind of like, and just to give you a bit of insight, this is not forever. This is not something that will stay around forever, but there's no economy data at the start. So, you know, you need to kind of get the first day of the leak without proper economy data. And this is how things get back to the starting state. So this is just the starting state. Later on, it does whatever the economy says with some safeguards. Samson, we'll see how things will go over time. There's some limitations on our end, but I'm definitely not against further improvements. Okay, regret op goes into chaos ops here. Racer, Painted Julia. Yeah, there are several tools that kind of build upon my filter. There's like Lucan UI, there's Filter Scalpel, and those guys are building up upon this and kind of editing local functionality. Overall, is it just a hobby for you guys? No, not anymore. It used to be a hobby for 11 years, and 3 months ago this has become my main job. Nowadays, thanks to the Twitch, thanks to the ads, thanks to donations, thanks to the patrons, this has actually become my full-time job. Also because I've been saving up for years, and I also have some other projects in the pipeline, so it's not just FilterBlade. But yes, I have actually gone full-time on filter development and other things. And so yeah, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of this journey. This wouldn't be possible without you. I do also have to know that this also wouldn't be possible without, you know, moving to Greece, because my girlfriend has a house here. It's a rural area, but also the spendings are much lower. I couldn't do that in Germany. Germany is very expensive, and also nom taxes. There's no chance there. But here it's much more realistic. Yes, I'm living in Rhodes now. I'm gonna start learning Greece intensively starting this autumn. I don't have a lot of respect for people who come to a different country and don't learn their language. So I don't want to be this guy. So yeah. But so far, you know, I have to reopen the company, I have to do FilterBlade work, there's other projects I work on, so we do have the whole house restoration stuff. So during summer, I'm more focused on actually other things, but during autumn, I will start learning Greek very intensively. All right. Burial Medallion is in Chaos here. Glassblower Bubble will be Chaos tier, but it's always really close to Annulment tier. Glassblowers are so valuable at the start. City Row, big culture shock for you there. I love it. I am so loving the rural lifestyle. I'm an introvert. You know, the things I loved about my previous location, I've been living in the middle of Lübeck and living in Hamburg before. I've been able to access things quickly, and this was nice. I could like go out and be at work in 20 minutes. I could go to the doctor and be there in 5 minutes, and I could be, you know, there's like a lot of restaurants nearby. But this was kind of the main appeal. I would still like meet friends in a restaurant or something, and it's not very different here. But I wasn't actually enjoying the city life too much, and I don't have neighbors, and this is a huge upside. Okay, let's outreach. Let's proceed. We can't just talk, right? Coin desecration, foulborn. I have no idea how to see it. This goes to chaos and maybe a null. I think a lot of orbs are going to be much more valuable now because you can, excuse me, use them with the new type of flame crafting. Germany with the current politics so frustrating. I've been thinking about making a video about my feelings about Germany. I don't want to make it political, but you know, I am so sad about Germany because I'm not originally German. I'm Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, whatever. And I moved to Germany when I was 10 with my parents. And I am feeling so sad of it because it's such a wonderful country with such a stupid amount of bad bureaucratic and political decisions over the last years. It is so upsetting. And it's really easy to get into kind of the left or right wing, but honestly, just frustrating. I'm just things, you know, like infrastructure, bureaucracy has become way too, digitalization has become very inefficient. Taxation, yeah, it's sad. But let's not make it political. It's I really dislike it. I wish it would be different. Yes, but I didn't move to Greece, just to give it some insight, I didn't move to Greece because I dislike Germany. I moved to Greece because my girlfriend is from here and she owns some property in a rural area here and living is a little bit cheaper here. This is why I moved. So I moved here because of the positive things. There are issues here as well. Why is Titanium Spirit shooting B tier? Also, it has been best. The A tier is reserved only for items that the 84 drops, like titanium stuff. Sorry, not titanium, like the not in Giant Slayer, like the Warlock gloves and stuff like that. So it is in the highest tier that is available to items outside of the 84 bases. Because, oh god, sorry, my OBS is completely swamped. I can't see anything. I need to restructure the UI here. It's really not well done. 1 second. Come on. Look. Guys, thank you so much for the kind words. Unfortunately, I'm missing half of the UI there. Half of the chat right now. I don't need to proceed anyway. Also, thank you so much for the Twitch, for the poll responses. These are helping a lot. We're gonna go through them soon. Vielen Dank. Danke dir. I don't think you'll find a country that with the world where the population is happy with the politics. Maybe that is true. I don't know. Let's skip this. Let's leave this topic. It's sad. I don't wanna, you know, and just wanna leave it one note here because it's easy to be misunderstood. I'm not praising any sort of, you know, party. I'm not doing, you know, oh, you have to vote for this, you have to vote for that. I'm just frustrated. This is it. Has there been any point about cooperating with GG? Yes. I have a command for that. Ah! Thanks, Big Mac. Oh. Actually, I think I can update this command now. But yeah, this is the, also I am cooperating with them, but kind of in limited amount. I'm not hired with them, but you know, I've been part of the alpha test team for a while, so I could like take an earlier look on some leaks. Also, I sometimes get to talk to like GG devs because of different topics, so like that. It's good that we have multiple versions because I keep forgetting them. I think this goes up. Powerborn Regal Orb. Yeah, this definitely goes up. Unstable Catalyst. And Eldritch Icar. This is at least tier 3 now. This shouldn't be... Yeah, this is definitely higher than this. Instilling Orb. Chaos. Stacked Deck.
Glorious.
This is correct. It shouldn't... No, it shouldn't be in there. Well, maybe it can also enter an Almond Orb. Tempering Catalyst. Let's leave it there. Orb of Unraveling. Fracturing Shard. Annulment. Divination. Grant Eldritch. Let's keep it like that. Redeemer Exalted. Further Catalyst. This is a bit weird, but kind of like a big part of what it means to make a good filter update is figuring out expectations when it comes to, or kind of, let's put differently, not disappointing users when it comes to value assessment. So this is something I've learned over the years that, you know, if I do an update and I put an item that is worth 50 chaos into the divine tier at day 1, their users will usually be happy. And this is right, because they found 50 chaos, nice, like a divine, right? But let's say I put a 5 chaos item, or let's say a 10 chaos item into divine tier, then they will be upset. But if I put a 10 divine item into, let's say I put a 50 chaos item, oh, again, sorry, 50 chaos into divine tier. This is okay. This is how it's supposed to be. 50 chaos into the tier below, people will be okay with that because they actually got more than they thought they would, and it still made a loud sound. So it is really important at the start of the league to not overdo the things and not be not over evaluate items. It's much better to tier an item 1 tier below, as long as it's always shown and not hidden, than to actually do more things. Like being very careful with the things is important. Mystic Refractor can be mirror tier thanks to Fabkan. I think I've also put it like the tier below divine op tier. You'll see it, it will be expensive, but it won't be mirror tier, it won't be divine tier. Being dope in the manager of the whole league, that is kind of unofficially what I'm doing, yes. That is fine. Mythic Orb, that is fine. Annulment Orb, probably also okay. It's a bit weird because the prices here are prices 1 month in this time around, so I can't really rely on them. So I'm looking at that, but also looking at like the historical data on the other screen. Samson, thank you so much. Valus, Wonky Stoner, they, Mage Decay, Dozier, Goat, True Edge. Guys, thank you so much. Oh, and Radu, Solat, Moshinet, Solid Rock, Yuhu, Finfan. Guys, thank you. And I am sorry if I butchered some of the names. Thank you so much. It's Dawn Boys, thank you as well. Nice to see you again. Coins of Power are no longer there. I think they're gone. I mean, I don't know, maybe they've put them like a super rare drops into like the O-Flame League, but I don't think so. I think they're gone. I think we'll find the O-Flames in the O-Flame League, but not them. Volatile Vow Orb. Yeah, that's at least it. You Refracting Fog. Runic Astrolabe. All of the Astrolabes go into T2. These things are, they will be definitely worth a lot, but I don't know if they're T1 in the beginning. A lot of these items are not divine tier at the beginning. You can actually sell them for like 10 chaos or so. What was Orb of Dominance again? PoE Orb of Dominance. Was it the elevated one or was it? Yeah, it was the elevated one. I think this is actually, yeah. I love how T2 is still called Divine. Yeah, we'll need to do a sweep at some point, probably an automated one, and just rename all of these old things. The reason they are called this way is because they get style data attached. So I need to do the, at some point, I need to do a full style rework so that I can rename these things. Squire has the same thing as Oppressor. They won't, no. Squire will not be thinking, Squire will be looking like a leather belt. So it will be looking very unimpressive because any Oppressor could be a Squire. It's very annoying, I hate it, but yeah, that is just it. Enjoy your disappointment. Tainted Chaos. Yeah, let's just put it there. I do want to be a bit more without a bit on these in case the economy actually doesn't check out. I am pretty sure this will be still in this year, but you know. You know what would be good? If I could multi-select in this though. Maybe that's something I need to change for next league. I am so certain none of these will ever be below T2 Divine tier, but oh, T2 tier is not Divine. It's the old Divine spot. Not sure about the Ancient Orb. The Ancient Orb would... let's do that. No, this doesn't go there. This may be incorrect. Let's save this up. Do you have a preference between PoE1 and PoE2? I honestly really enjoyed the last PoE2 league. So far, I would definitely tell PoE1 is much better. Also, sorry, I've missed so many questions. I'm trying to focus a little bit. I'll be going through the questions a little bit later. Last PoE2 league has been amazing. So far, I like PoE1 more. But last league was the first league where I was feeling like, wow, PoE2 is catching up. Now, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of things in PoE1 are still better, and now some things in PoE2 are better. What is better than PoE2? Like graphics, VASD, actually the leaks. I actually like the state of farming in PoE2 more. But then you have PoE1 with like the much better pinnacles, with the Atlas that I like. Actually, I like the Atlas more in PoE1, and the uniques are way better in PoE1. And in PoE1 you can do, in my opinion, so crazy things. Okay, this is fine. This is all good. We can ignore that. This outdated stuff. This is not changing. This is not changing. These are things that are not allowed to change. For instance, I will never move the mirror shard. I don't care what the economy tells. If the economy tells me a mirror shard is worth 1 wisdom, I will not believe it. Something like divine orbs or mirrors are never moving. Alright, that concludes our review of the currency. So next up, let us take a look at tiering. Alright, sorry for the flashbang. What kind of weapons are you using? Most people use one hand and shield this league. By the way, you will see shields have a lot of dominance this league. And there is some two-handed weapon usage. Dual wielding is barely used, some bow quiver magic, and some people go for, I don't know, probably phase breaker with some toxic concoction people in between. Then in terms of weapons, we have the Wand League. And I'm actually really amazed how many people are using wands. Then we have 31% people voting for scepters, which are most likely, like 20% of those are the luminary science. But yeah, we have basically wand being the dominant type of weapon. And then we have like minion wands as an extra thing, attack wands there. We have some bows, caster staves. Caster staves are above any melee weapon. What a time to be alive. What is this? That is so interesting to see that. It's such a different chart from everything we've used to. It's brutally different. Alright, then, and this is by the way not because melee is bad. Just saying, melee is not bad, melee is in a great state. You know what, I want to tell you something. I think melee is going to be better than spells. This is honestly my belief, that I think if you're going for an attack build, you will most likely have a better time than the spells right now. I think melee is better, slams are probably better. I think you have a better Sunder build than if you start, I don't know, Winter Orb or Blade Blast. But I think everyone is just tired. I think everyone wants to play the new stuff. I also have cooked up a couple of melee builds. I was like, ugh, not again. Oh yeah, I've been playing Static Strike last league. I've been playing Static Strike with Ambush and Void Shockwave, and it's been stupid good. Right. Okay, defenses. Also weird. We have, I don't think I've ever seen defenses being so polarized. First of all, suppression is just 21%. Then we have nearly 60% people going for block. And that's also known as GG will probably nerf this next league. You know, if you ever see this, this is kind of a signal that it won't be like that next league. There's a lot of good usage of stuff, but the block is definitely the extraordinary thing there. And in terms of armors, it's also kind of important. Energy shield and armor energy shield are the dominant ones. But honestly, I feel like a lot of it is thanks to the science. I think all of the luminaries are going in this direction because they're kind of very samey. And I'm going to be one of them, and I kind of hate it, but we'll see. Alright, then I have this baseline Curse of the Flame vote. I'm not sure why only 62% voted for that, so some people are not gonna run Curse of the Flame, or they didn't read it, or they didn't vote to vote, I don't know. But either way, the reason that I put it there is so that I can have a comparison. So 60% voted Flame. A lot of people are actually excited for Abyss. I expected Legion to be higher than Abyss. I really expected Legion to be higher than Abyss. I think Legion is more exciting than Abyss. Then we have Mercenaries. Yeah, then we have bossing. Breach is still popular, despite being like giga nerfed. Harvest is good. Then we have the 9% of the poor people who still think Blight is an enjoyable league. I'm so sorry for this, individuals. No, Blight is okay, but I don't like Blight. Guys, I would rather run Sanctum than Blight. I will do Sanctum runs, but don't make me run Blight. Okay, most people are playing softcore. Some are playing Self-Found, and then we have 1.4 players going hardcore this time. Hardcore Self-Found is 0.9%, and I do want to find out how many players play Ruthless, but I think it's going to be hard. Okay, 0.3% are going Ruthless, and I think there's even less people doing other stuff. So yeah, Ruthless is not very populated. All right, so are you planning to use one of the pacts? There's pretty much more or less half the players intend to run maybe one of the packs at least. So the projector and the dot one will be the high demand pacts. Most likely these drop from Beyond. It's kind of hard to tell who drops what, but if these are actually dropping from Beyond, these will be in high demand. So running Beyond may be a farming strategy, I don't know. Packs additional button, that's what turning off. Honestly, if an additional button gives me 8 freaking extra projectiles and AoEs everywhere, I am pressing this extra button. It kind of depends on the, it depends on how fun it is. I don't mind pressing an extra button. What I actually dislike about the pacts is a bit of their... So what I dislike about them is, I don't like the random afflictions. I feel like it's not a good game design, that you sometimes get like 20% speed loss. And I also dislike that they given them this low cooldown. I think the affliction is kind of meant to balance the cooldown. Maybe there's some unique that actually gives you some benefit instead of an affliction. I don't know, but I feel like they should have been designed differently. I don't mind having an extra button, but if they really want to give caster like this sort of ultra boost, I would instead give this thing like a 20-second cooldown. And you can then try to reduce the cooldown, increase the duration, and put it into automation so that you can have like a perfect uptime on this, but you would have to invest into that instead of this weird affliction design. But hey, I said no to the game designer job, so now I'm pressing the button as well. Maybe, I don't know. Probably my second character will be Blade Blast of Unloading, we'll see. Alright, I need to reload the site, because of the many votes we got laggy. Right, are we stacking anything? 51% of people are only stacking deaths. Live stacking, 16%. This is your luminary horde, and the 1% who is not luminary. Then there's power charges. I am surprised at less power charges being stacked than live. Light radius, 10%. Also, well, is luminary than 10%? I'm not sure, but 10% luminary. Endurance charges stacking, very good. ES stacking, frenzy charges, armor stacking, strength stacking, mana stacking, int stacking, rarity stacking, light radius, evasion, accuracy. So why are we looking at that? Because this will be affecting the tiering of rares and of uniques. Right, then some people will be chancing Mageblood and Headhunter, and out of the other uniques we have Ralakesh and Aegis Aurora. I personally have not chanced anything since years, but people still like to do that, and well, it's up to them. what kind of architect are we playing? So we have a lot of hand casters and 60% dot casters. By the way, if you did not decide on a build yet, if you want to have my personal professional opinion on your start, I think going damage over time is probably the best. So I think going cold dot or ignite cold dot is probably the best start you can have right now. I think this is, in my opinion, by far the safest, tankiest, faster, or maybe even faster starter. I think there's other options, but I think cold dot right now is just the best starter overall. It has damage, it has survivability, it has all of the nice benefits, it got boosted several times. Yeah, you can go spell sling, you like to go for the Jungron build, you can go for several other ignite variations. I think cold dot is gonna be awesome. Oh, young builds are somewhat of a bait often because they are meant for people who, they're not bad. The problem is they're often kinda just outside of the skill zone of the casual mortals who are not like one of the top 5 players in the world. So this is why I would be a bit cautious about following too closely to that. But this guy definitely knows what he's building. This is kind of the thing. But regardless of that, there's a million other dot builds that are kind of, if you go coldest and you pick up a Wintertide brand and Cold Snap and Vortex and getting the new Keystone, you're doing everything well. You get some, maybe get some ES stacking and all go, hybrid, and you'll be fine. I honestly think kind of going cold dot is the safest thing you can do right now. Alright, then we have 40% luminaries with the mercenary dealing damage. Then we have melees, so 12% are going non-slam. We have some minion builds, 10%, melee slam. So there's still a lot of builds being played, it just is much more cast oriented. Righteous Fire. Let's respect the elderly. The Wonders, Totem, Brand, and all the kind of like more niche things there. Oh, it resetted. Ugh. We need to control 5 again. When Google Poll gets a lot of results, it starts getting laggy if you're there on the site for a while. Alright, now what type of damage do you want to focus on? And I find it ironic that it's fire damage, because I think the fire spells will be by far the worst spells, and they have the worst keystone. But this is being entirely carried by luminaries and by cold dot ignite builds, and some slam builds that are doing fire conversion and some cold to fire stuff. I think this is, oh yeah, and Righteous Fire. And there's just, fire spells are not good, in my opinion. But they're still dominating. It looks like they're good, but they're not really great. Then we have some physical damage going on, then cold and lightning. It's surprising to see lightning not being number 1. But yeah, this is the case. Are you planning on Vestige uniques? So we have body armor being the top Vestige target, then helmet, then shield, boots, gloves. This is just mostly an evaluation of where do people use rares, where do people plan on getting a unique that can actually drop. And this kind of once again confirms body armors that are still drop are going to be very much in. Was kind of one of those things that I expected. All right, the luminary playstyle. So 75% people are going luminary. 1% of people are confused. I can respect that. I don't know what this is. 15% people are supporting their merc. I will probably start with that. Then we have the 56 people that actually use merc for support. And we have 70 or 1.6% of people who both deal damage themselves and the merc supports them. If you're one of them, please give me a suggestion of what to play, because I would love to do that. I just couldn't figure out a good idea that is actually not better done on a different ascendancy. Yeah, I would love that. This is something I was really hoping to find a good build for, but I couldn't figure this out yet. I didn't have time to spend too much time on that anyway. What kind of damage? Mostly hit, but a lot of dot, and there's some minions. Are most of your endgame armor pieces rare? Yes. So that's a pretty typical vote. I don't think much changed. It's pretty much the same distribution as last leagues. This is actually new. This is very new. I think 5 or 6 last leagues were always like over 50% people cared about cared about quality. Nowadays, so many more casters are there, so quality is not important. Of course, there's still some quality usage, but still. Okay, now we get to the filter questions. So most people are starting out with semi-strict. Some people start out with strict, and then you have some crazy people that go for like uber strict or very strict, but that's a good distribution. Most people run expert synchronize. Some use the Patreon auto update, some expert download, and some use the subscribe style filter. Most people who voted do customize the FilterBlade. And there's some suggestions and questions, and we're not going to go over this part because this is for me later on to analyze. And thank you so much for the kind comments. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Right, so let's move this here. Let's actually get some work done with that. So what have we figured out? We have figured out kind of the preferences of this league. People are much more likely to go for a caster setup, a dot setup, or a luminary setup. The demand for items for other classes like that is definitely lower. Now, I've made the terrible decision some years ago that my filter is much more economy based, kind of meta based in PoE1. That means I will actually have to adjust for that. So we will have to rank down a couple of items so that they're less represented. I don't want them to be not represented, but they will be less represented. For instance, that means we will have to drop either Despot or Vow X, one of the lower tiers. I would like for you to know which of the two X's you like more. Do you like Despot or Vow? One of them will stay in the higher tier. All right, I agree. I think Vow is also the better option. There are some builds that actually like Despot more. I think it's mostly like Bone Shatter stuff. Despot is the fastest X. It's the fastest base if I'm correct. But it's not about just speed. On slams, you often want higher damage. Alright, bows will keep their spine bow as the top tier base, and everything else is just worse than that. They also have short bow, which is incredibly rare. And I think this is fair. I do not think this needs much adjustment. Yeah, I think it's fine. We can move ranger bow to 3. It's not much going on there. But bows are not in a great state right now. Alright, then we have the claws, and same as before, Imperial Claw is the best base, followed up by Gemini Claw. We're gonna move Eye Gouger a tier down. I don't think there's much more there. In terms of daggers, Ambusher, Gutting Knife, daggers are kinda terrible, so let's leave them there. Rune daggers are much more used. I think we go, but still not very much. I think the best choice is to move the Platinum Cris to tier 2, but Golden Cris and Copper Cris are pretty much always better than Platinum Cris. Just wait until every Luminary runs many shot with their mercs. Sure, but those many shot builds will most likely start with something like Chinso, and once they're done with that, they're probably gonna go for like high tier crafting bases and want, you know, a really good base. We'll see. Green Ape, thanks so much for the sub. And guys, thank you so much for the support. Baldwin, Green Ape, Bermigio, Lunelis, oh, Dreamcore, thank you so much for the sub, and thank you so much for your content. I love your content. Guys, thank you so much for subscriptions. Much appreciated. One-handed maces. Yeah, right. Scepters. Void Scepter, Opal Scepter. These are the best bases. These are the best scepters by far. Are you accounting for people needing to gear their mercenary? A bit. But by people needing to gear their mercenary, this is mostly meaning people wanting wands. Because the majority of the mercenaries will be kind of, most people are very happy to go for a kineticist. Should we still in the forms not necessary anymore? I think you can until you don't need to do it anymore. You can if you have fun at this, and I will publish the updated results, but I have the answers I need now. Guys, thank you so much for answering the form. Blatterette, Oncradon, GRDE, and Zaki, guys, thank you so much. Now, you guys, you know, this, it's so weird. I often kind of just contemplate things, you know. It's so weird that my choices have led me here. I know it's a bit philosophical, and I remember like 15 years ago, I was so excited for Diablo 3, and I was really looking forward to that, and you know, I was still kind of googly eyes and sort of like, Diablo 2 was my childhood game, so Diablo 3 would be awesome, and I was like, okay, yeah, the bad news sound bad, right? The auction house sounds bad, but surely Diablo 3 will be great. And a friend of mine recommended me this weird game that had like pretty shitty graphics with like weird things like energy shield and gems, and I said, well, I will play this probably trashy game for a couple of months until Diablo 3 is out, and then Diablo 3 got out, and I came back to PoE. Sure, I played Diablo 3 and like a ton, but it wasn't really great. It wasn't what I hoped for. And this weird PoE game, it was okay, but it kept coming back every 3 months, becoming better and better and better and better. And I wouldn't have expected this to have such a profound impact on my life. I mean, I made a weird tornado shot guide back then, and I thought this was kind of like the height of my PoE time. But then the whole filters thing happened, and somehow I ended up living in a different country, doing this as a full-time job, building filters for thousands, 10,000s, potentially millions of people who are just enjoying them. It's such a weird story, but I love it. It's yeah, it gets me emotional. I'm glad I can do this fun thing for you guys, and you're enjoying it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being around. Thank you for being part of the story. Thanks. Also, I'm only allowed one emotional speech per league, so this is it. Two-handed maces. I do not believe we will keep even one base in. Wait, let me just confirm. Let me confirm. Navi Pens, thank you so much. Maze, thank you so much as well. Yeah, 200 maces are really on the down low. Standing desk, 99,000. Did I really increase it to 99,000? Okay, I really hope this will not kill the electricity. I have not optimized the setup for standing. Okay, it killed one of my screens. I'm very careful here. Okay, it killed the right screen because since I moved to Greece, I haven't really optimized the setup for standing desk yet because the setup is somewhat temporary. 1 second.
Glorious.
Oh god, everything is smooth. Everything is crooked now. No, it's not the ultra screen anymore. The ultra wide screen was the only thing that broke during the move. So this is a very normal screen, but I will be buying an ultra wide screen in the next months again. I'm back to casual person screens. Staves. Staves are not in a good spot.
Glorious.
They're better than two-handed staves, but I think most people will be running something unique there. War staves. These are caster staves. I don't think people still want to run caster staves. War staves and even I think most people who run staves run a unique stuff. Sorry, I missed a lot of questions. One-handed. Oh god, there's 6 PMs. Okay, I need to check that. 1 second. One-handed swords. Okay, one-handed swords, I'm pretty sure those will not be used. That being said, I think many of these items will actually be in higher demand than usual because in higher demand than usual simply because people will be equipping their mercenary and people don't have endless spots. Okay, I think we are moving one staff to a higher tier. So first of all, I think at the very least we should move one of these to this tier. Now, I do want to have one staff in a higher tier. Now the question is, do you want Eclipse, Imperial, or Larvae? Personally, I think it's going to be the block staff. So what do you prefer? Do you want block or do you want crit? What do you think belongs into the higher tier, block or crit? I think block, probably. Yeah, I think so as well. Because now with the mana infused staff, this is actually really good. I don't think it matters. Yeah, I think Lassie is just superior, right? Let me check the patch notes. Wait, that's the wrong notes. The filter notes. No, wait, it's still the patch notes. Oh my god. No, it's not 57% if you use charge staff. Charge staff increases your block chance, increases your chance by 30%, right? It's not flat 30%. It increases your existing block chance. If I'm correct, at least. I don't think thrusting swords have any use case right now. Foils are very low. Thrusting swords has 3% running a thrusting sword. Yeah, it's just really bad. Maybe we can add one foil. And these are the kind of the cast and crit foils. Two-handed sword. Let me take a look at the stats. Very underused. Wait, is the new aura just flat? Okay, so can you give me a summary, someone? So is the new mana infused staff actually increasing your block, so it multiplies your existing 25% by a multiplier, or is it a flat bonus? Oh god, the screen is constantly dying on the right side, but we're gonna honor the 99,000 points spent. Alright, now we get to the armor type, right? So actually, let's save this first. Let's remove the weird ones. So I don't think we care about these. I don't think we care specifically about the Atlas armors, because these are always the same. Can remove the highs. I don't care about this. All right. A second. Okay, I think I fixed the screen. So we can see that the focus is definitely more on the right side of the tree, and evasion is sorry, on the left side of the tree, and evasion is on the down low. Armor evasion and pure evasion is still being used, and evasion energy shields will be good. Probably the assassin players are going to be using evasion energy shield, and maybe some science. But actually armor evasion is on in lower demand, and pure ES is on the highest level. But the thing with pure ES is kind of garbage unless it's the highest tier. So pure ES is very selective. ES cares most about the bases. If you have a good armor base with life, it's like good enough. If you have a poor ES base, it is just always poor. So we're gonna expand this chart a tiny bit there in favor of the stronger options. Just tiny expansion. This is fine. Evasion will stay like that. It's not popular right now. Energy shield may receive a bit more choices there, just a tiny bit. Titanium and Harmonic are the best options there, so this is fine. Valor Regalia gets soon overridden by better bases, so we are keeping this like that. Armor evasion is not very popular, it's staying like that. Armor energy shield is surprisingly the top tier bases, so we're gonna give them a bit more recognition this league, which is a weird state. Probably like that. Just note, guys, all of the Atlas armors are not visible yet. I'm just disabling them because they're all fine. They have the correct tiering anyway. We are looking at the lower level armors right now. This is fine. Okay, that's good. Okay, so amulets are going to be tricky. It may be the case that I will need to completely review the way I tier amulets, because I'm not sure if you've seen the mods on some of the talismans, but some are insane. There's a +1 projectile talisman. There's a talisman with action speed. There's a power charge talisman. Many of these are, in my opinion, at least on the level of what you can get from an amulet plus anoint, but with the difference that you don't actually need to yeah, Melantos, thanks, I have the link. Thanks. But with the, you know, but you don't actually need to anoint them. So I think some of these will be very popular. Also, oh my god, the potential for Eyes of the Great Wolf. Can you imagine, like, you can have a talisman that has something like +2 projectiles and 100% increased effect of Aspect of the Spider. That is insane.
Glorious.
Sorry, 200% effect of Aspect of the Spider. So yeah, talismans are definitely going to be interesting. So I've already reviewed all of these. Kind of the big news here are the... Probably gonna go down in here on this one. No, it's fine. The only big difference here is, honestly, I've changed the Moonstone ring. We can review how in demand they are. So I think if a million ring specifically is going to be in higher demand than usual. I think Cerulean is not going to be quite there anymore, so we're going to drop it down by 1. Iolite and Steel. Steel is still good. Iolite is still good. I'm not sure if Opal deserves to be in this tier anymore. I think if a million is by far kind of the best out there. I'm gonna move Cerulean up. It still probably is good. Amethyst, Prismatic, 2-stone. What do you think about the Moonstone ring? So the Moonstone ring is now granting cast speed instead of the bit of energy shield. Is it now competitive with something like an Amethyst ring? I think it's like 7 to 10% cast speed. It's hard to tell, right? Cast speed is good, but I think honestly, I don't see myself using this over an Amethyst or a 2-stone ring. Maybe I've added into the crafting basis, so this in the highest crafting basis. But I think when it comes to like a random ring, I don't think it's quite there. It also has the advantage that if you have a caster ring, a catalyst that increases, let's say, explicit cast speed, and this will also benefit it. Yeah, I also think kind of this setup is probably better. Can you explain presets? I'll explain it in more details later on if you ask the question again. For now, basically the important part is that... So here's kind of the most important part of presets. Generally speaking, in FilterBlade, anything you do has priority over anything I do. So if you move something from tier A to tier B, and I move this same item from tier A to tier C,
it will be in B afterwards because your changes have priority over my decisions. So presets are pretty much just, or modules, you call them modules, right? Modules or presets, and we need to redo all the YouTube videos, by the way, are just a way for you to store a layer of these changes into kind of like a building block. So you can use multiple building blocks in your filter. So you can have like all of your visuals in one building block, you can have your tiering changes in a different building block, and you have your leveling changes in a third building block. The advantage there is that you can then pretty much, let's say, replace the leveling block with a different leveling block. Fine, let's move Cerulean down. You're right, Melantis. I'm just a bit worried about this one, but that's okay. Unset being the same level of stuff as Bone Ring and Ruby feels odd. Like at least one Bone Ring is mandatory in minion builds. I agree, Bone Ring could be higher. But I don't think Bone Ring is in the same league as an Amethyst Ring. This is the issue, right? Bone Ring is definitely mandatory on minion builds, but Amethyst Ring, in my opinion, is still a higher tier. Alright, so I think we're actually done with this tiering. Unset is too high. Unset is such a complicated ring. I agree that it's high. I'm not sure if it's too high. It's this kind of thing that if I drop it down a tier below, it will be very highly demanded by a lot of players. Because specifically aura bots and some minion builds and some specific builds really need the extra socket. But let's do a vote. What do you think? Should Unset Ring be the same tier as, let's say, Ruby, Topaz, and Sapphire Ring? Should I? Okay, let's ask it differently. I want one answer from you. Move down or stay the same? Move down means Unset Ring loses value. Okay, that's too many sames to move it. All right. So we're done with the bases. I'm gonna do a quick look at the other base rules. These are mostly pretty much the same. These are mostly just the best bases. This doesn't specifically care about the meta, but we might want to add the Lati there. All right, so we've saved the changes here. We've saved the adjustments, and we can move on to the next part. Uniques. Oh God. No, it's not moving up. Anyway, so first of all, I need to come clean with you guys. I am not doing, I've been thinking about this for a lot, and I'm not doing a very specific pass based on vestige items. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a normal pass, and we're gonna prevent items that look like they could be vestigiable a lot. We're gonna prevent them from being hidden, but we're not gonna do prediction on what is a good vestige item. I think this has too many implications. So you will still see Vestige Phoenix, you know, but here's an example. Let's like take an example, right? Let's take Ambo's charge. No, I want a better example. I want that this more explains the issue a little bit better. Let's take the Bring of Rain. The Bring of Rain is an item that is used by very few people at the start, mostly some Facebreaker builds and some other players, but it's a solid item, right? You probably, it is not great, it's solid. So what does Vestige mean? So Legion has been reworked, and there's a new currency item. And you can use this currency item on any unique that is a body armor, a glove, a boots, a helmet, or a shield. But not the corrupted one, and don't think you can't use it on Foulborn either. So by using it, and you then have to kind of destroy the unique, and you create this sort of enshrouded item. You then have to put the enshrouded item into the Timeless Conflict. So this is the Legion endgame kind of system, and then after you run a couple of endless conflicts, you'll be able to breed out a couple of enshrouded items into a unique. So what you get is you will get one kind of aspect of an item onto a different unique. So we have a list of what these aspects actually are, but we don't know if they are. We don't know if they're weighted. We don't know a couple of things. So here's an example, and this is, so we have, for instance, the example of, here, let's take a look, melee. That's probably it. Is this? Yeah. So this is most likely what Bring of Rain does. So if you sacrifice a Bring of Rain, you will most likely, and let's assume this is it, get level 30 faster attack on a random helmet. And this sounds amazing, right? But here's the issue. So how do you tier for that? Let's say the enshrouded items, are super, the enshrouding orbs are, I'll paste the links. Let's say the enshrouding orbs are very, very rare. An enshrouded orb is worth 1 divine. Do you think the Bring of Rain will then be in any demand? Of course not. Because the Bring of Rain is much, much more common and cheaper than the enshrouding orbs. But you will need a lot of them over time. So should I tier Bring of Rain up? Probably not. Let's say the enshrouding orbs are very, very common. Well, then the Bring of Rain may be bought out, but I don't know how many people want to use what kind of helmet. And there will be also you need a lot of Bring of Rains to get it on the right helmet. Let's say you want to get the Bring of Rain mod onto a Devotee's Devotion. Can you imagine how many helmets you need to kind of go through? And they also roll stats. So the point I'm making is that it's very hard to balance things right now. I think if I would say now, okay, Bring of Rain goes into T2 tier because people will consume it all, I feel like this may be a big mistake. And you also don't know how many runs do you need, how many endless runs, timeless runs do you need to breed it out. So, there's just a lot of kind of these different things. In the end, I think what we're doing is we'll be focusing on not hiding 2 potential items at the start, but at the same time, we will not be doing any extra highlight based on an enshrouded stuff. Of course, items can still be great. Like we can definitely expect Cloak of Flame being a great enshrouding target, right? Converting 20% physical to fire is amazing. A million builds want that. But let's say you want it on a Doriani. How likely is that? Have fun. Anyway, let's take a look at the current tiering. So the first thing I want to take a look at the current early league items. So these items will be significantly more highlighted during the first days. I want to explain quickly what an early league item is. This is something like a lightning coil. This is an item that is usually expensive during the first 2 to 3 days, and afterwards, unless it has a really, really, really good roll, it usually drops down a lot. This is what I would define as an early league item. What, for instance, not an early league item is, so not an early league item, for instance, is Life Sprig. A Life Sprig is just a random leveling item. It's not something I call early league. It's not very valuable. Maybe it will be valuable during the first minute, but you know, maybe someone will sell it for a chaos orb. But it's not really something you would call an early league item, right? So for instance, Jinx Juju is always fairly expensive at the start. So we're gonna review all early league items again. And I've already done it, and the Melantos has already done it once. So we're gonna just take a look at these and see if they're all fine. So I would say this is fine. This is fine. Vilma is always expensive at the start, and there's these other versions. So this is okay. Do know that if an item has the multiple uniques attached to it, we usually have to consider the lowest value one. Sorry, we usually have to consider the least potential value. So in this case, it will be at least, no, that's right, that's wrong. We have to consider the highest value of the world drop. That's better. We have to consider the higher value of the world drop, but we can't tier just by that, because you know, Mage Blood is the highest value, but we will not be putting things into the divine tier. So there's a balance between what can the item be, what is the value at the start, and where do we put it. So Solaris Circlet, for instance, definitely goes into early league because all of these are good, and Vilmas is good. Lightning Coil is good. The Divka tiering is price driven, right? Since the Divka tiering is price driven since ages. It's not very great in the first day because there's no Divka data, but after a couple of days, it's quite accurate. But you need to keep your filter updated. You know, if you just download the filter on day 2 and keep, it won't be very good. Okay, Soul Ascension. There's a lot of weird bases in this tier. The reason it's early league is mostly due to Embalmer and Algo Mortis, which I'm not feeling very... I don't think there's too many Chaos Dot builds. I don't think there's too many Poison builds either. Maybe it doesn't even belong into the early league. Thoughts? Embalmer, early league, yes or no? Please answer with Embalmer, yes, or Embalmer, no. Or yes, Embalmer, no, Embalmer. Or, you know, yes, Emp, no, Emp. The Emp helps me understand when we're going to get into the next item. Okay. Okay. Lepus Arms are good. That is a good early league item, great on many builds. Crimstar is also something you want during the... Oh my god, can we get this? Can we get 100% physical? I need to see that, 1 second. Don't want to actually check this too much, but can we convert the whole physical conversion? Please tell me that. Physical damage converted. Physical damage converted. Ah, it's 50%. It's 50%, still good. Valkyries. Valkyries is a solid early league item. Sadly, it also shares a place with Slitherpinch, which is terrible. Kintsugi is okay. Suffer is for the Righteous Fire people. Doedre Tenure. Okay, Doedre will probably be even more expensive this league. Also, it is great for like Winter Orb, because Winter Orb is very little affected by cast speed. So by going this, you actually get a lot of damage. Terminator 2 all the way. Queen of the Forest, Untouched. Okay, these are weird amulets. Honestly, this one will be crazy expensive at the start because this is something every merc will want to have. This one is great because it's light radius. A lot of the luminaries will use it. This is a great item for mercs and for lightning builds, and this is kind of meh. But it's still not bad if you find it like T1 map. Admiral Karkajak, always early league. Maligara, early league. Perpetua, early league. March of the Legion, early league. Eye of Malice is good. Tanu, Archean, Wormsign can be early league. Shadow and Dust. Ugh. Probably not. Not sure. Shadow and Dust early league, yes or no? It is nice for crit and crit mode, which will have a lot of crit characters, and there's Rampage. It may be early league. Thoughts? Shadow yes, Shadow no. Shadow yes. Alright, Primordial Chain and Tainted Pact. Rise of the Phoenix. Wrestling Jar, always yes. Cane of Unraveling is a weird one, and we may actually see it being used, so I'm gonna put it into early league, but I feel a bit stupid about that. I'm not sure if there's going to be enough Chaos players, but the staff is definitely Giga buffed. Yeah, I suppose Prison Weave. Honestly, maybe not. I mean, Prison Weave is a very solid kind of bond build material, but Prison Weave yes or Prison Weave no? This is an wand attack build. I am streaming occasionally, but mostly for filter updates. Alright, Thieves Torment and Loris Lantern. A lot of Loris. Loris is going to be worth money probably because this is what you want on a Luminary as a good option. It's fairly common, doesn't make it cheap. Breath of the Council got a buff. Obliteration is a definite yes. Piscator will probably be worth a lot. I think all of the Kineticists and all of the Wonders will want to run Piscator. I mean, this is like, you give it your Kineticist and probably it's all you need. Dusk Dawn. Terran Shiver has been stupidly buffed. Check the Axe, can stay there. Singularity is okay. Romiras is, and Gifts of From buff is also good. Alpha's Hole is always an early item. Death Rush is always there. Anathema is always there. There's also some other options. This is fine. Why is this here? Oh yes, of course. Of course. Prison Guardian. This is always early league. This is always early league. Abysses is... Not sure if Abysses is really early league, but it's just good and can stay there. Oh, we are now in the multi-special. Okay, this is now fine. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, now I'm gonna confirm that the T1 items are still worth it. These are the Think items at the start. There's not too many of them, by the way. Not too many guaranteed things. There's the Enmity's Embrace, there's the Dark Monarch, the Gull, Ephemeral Edge, Bitter Dream, Tidebreaker, Eclipse Solaris, which I'm not sure should be in tier 1. Maybe it should be tier 2. It feels a bit too high, to be honest. Heat Shiver? Heat Shiver is fine. Progenesis, definitely yes. No, well, I don't know. Should Amethyst Flask really be there? I mean, it's Progenesis and Aetherius Promise. Let's put it there for now. A Blue Pearl is T2, which I'm not confident this is a good choice. Let's put it into early league at the start. I think this is going to be wrongly tiered. Primacy is probably going to be worse this league, so I'm going to put it early league as well. Baronastra.
Glorious.
Nyctas Lantern. This is going to be weird. Yeah, this one's going to be weird. I think Nyctas is going to be really expensive at the start. Cold Iron Point probably T2. Mystic Refractor could be Divine Tier. I don't know if it's Divine Tier or... Okay, Mystic Refractor Divine or tier below. What's the tier below? Or Ancient. Let's go with Ancient up tier. Do you think it's a thing at the start of the league? I feel like it's a thing. Okay. Seven League, Rawblade, Redblade Banner. Let's go with early league on this one. Cloak of Flame. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Chevron Trapping, T2. I think this may be a bit too much. I think it's mostly due to the dust value. So I'm gonna put it there. Once we have some economy data, by the way, everything is gonna be kind of much more predictable. I just can't... Yeah, let's go with these. These are definitely going too high right now.
Glorious.
This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay, let's sort T1 again. There's, by the way, more things. We need this. Let's go through the ones that don't have an early league tiering. Maroki, Void Battery, Tech Rods, Unato, Paradoxica, Raven, Ephemeral, Rakiatas. These are all kind of, you know, there's not much to discuss there. Tidebreaker is going to be this as well. Actually, Tidebreaker could be T2. I didn't see a lot of Slam players, but I think it's still an amazing item. Kalandra, Dino, Winds of Change, Apostate, Hands of Heresy. Hands of Heresy could be T2. I'm gonna put it T2. I think it's dangerous to put it T1. Dark Monarch, Kralakesh, Groktul, Death, Crest, Mana Storm, Clock of Tomri, Heat Shiver, Gal. Gal is nerved, probably still good Swan in Ages. Okay, Vine of the Prophet. And then we get to T2, Servant, Megalomaniac, Kitava, Breastdome. I expect Kitava to be T2, it's also a great dusting target, but it's a bit hard to tell. Maloney's Mechanism. Yeah, Quill Range shouldn't be in tier 1. I think it's early league. So what's weird with this economy data? This will never be tier 1. Or tier 2. Shatter Shard is expensive. Ectome, Night Grip. Name Taker is weird. Can you see unique item images on FilterBlade? Yeah, you can. I think you can. Taste of Fate, Cosplays, the Will Rings. All right, guys, let's see. I think we're doing well. By the way, this list has been reviewed already like 5 times. I can do endless adjustments there. In the end, I will never be right because all I do is kind of like try to predict and make a good behavior. So, you know, I'm not, my goals are don't hide things that are valuable, highlight things that are going to be in demand based on the meta. Don't do overconfident decisions. These are kind of like the things I'm doing. And once I have economy data, everyone will have a much better level of tiering. So with that said, I want to have like kind of a set of ideas or suggestions from your end on items that are going to be more in demand this league than usual. So, you know, something like the luminary scepter, the light radio scepter. How's it go? Nictas.
Glorious spectacle.
So give me names of ideas and I'll be checking them out. Baron, thank you so much. And guys, thank you so much for your support. Ninaga, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Cane of Unraveling is highlighted. Mystic Refractor is highlighted as a divine tier item. I'm pretty sure it is divine tier. It's going to be so in demand. Lightning Coil and Cloak of Flame are highlighted. Twofold. No, it's not. That's not twofold. But what is this? Tula's Hunger. There you go. Twofold. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. Barracks Respite is highlighted. Amnesty's Embrace is divine tier. Yep, I'll probably use the... So, guys, I will be meta slaving this league. I'm gonna start as a Luminary, because I want to learn this playstyle. As a filter make, it's very beneficial to be really good in understanding many different playstyles. So I'll be starting as a Luminary, and I want the light radio stuff as well, but I think I'll transition into more of a minion Luminary later. Cane of Unraveling is highlighted. Calm Sign is probably early league. Yeah, it's tier 3. It will be highlighted, not hidden. More ideas, guys. More ideas. Give me your best predictions. Keep in mind that, you know, if you want to see these items, it's good for you as well if they're highlighted well. Migas, thanks so much. Much appreciated. Call of the Brotherhood. Good question. Call of the Brotherhood is highlighted because it's here. Untouched Soul is very much highlighted. I mean, Untouched Soul is in the early league tier, but it is highlighted, right? Alleopathy. It's one of those things that is hard, right? It is in T3, so it won't be hidden. It is forbidden from being hidden in early, but it's not explicitly marked as early. Everything power charge related is going to be in high demand. I think everything power charge related is already highlighted. Do we have a rule set for armors with vestigial implicit? No, I've decided against it because we don't. It's kind of. It's a bit of a weird thing. I've talked about it in length before. I don't think it makes sense to build one because we don't know the level of rarity on the other things. So let's say you are highlighting a ton of items for your vestigial stuff, but the actual access to this area will be super rare because the emblems became too rare, or the shards are super expensive. And then you'll be just getting a ton of items kind of highlighted, but you will be basically never getting access to them. And it's also really hard to tell how the meta will shake out there. So all of the vestigial good items are mostly highlighted anyway. So I've been looking through them and trying to ensure that they're not hidden, but there's no dedicated rule set for those. Malkia, thank you so much. Mystic Refractor is highly highlighted. Dark Monarch is in Divines here. Eye of Melies is... Isn't Eye of Melies? Yeah, Eye of Melies is highlighted. Graubuchink? Do you expect Armor Stacker to be a thing early on? I mean, we can give it an early highlight. That is fair. Undying Soul is highlighted. Foulborn Hinekora Site. That is a good idea. Foulborn Hinekora Site. I'm actually not 100% certain this will be working correctly. Let us check this out. So I'm gonna save this. Hinekora Site, right? It's multi-base. Okay, it is highlighted anyway. I think we should go through that and do a couple of adjustments, so because the way I see it, there's a lot of weird variations I think are way too high. I really don't want these things to be most of them in T1 unless they're definitely good enough. That's not good. Should be fine. Also, really quickly, let's do the same for the replica bases. This is the first league I can do that. This has been unseeable before, kind of this explicitly for the early league, so I have completely forgotten to take a look at the Foulborn items. Previously, they were mostly derived from... they didn't exist previously as a tiered section. And they're not being changed because they are missing the Oh, this is weird. We'll probably have to debug this a tiny bit. Let's say for now we actually encountered a bug.
Glorious. Glorious.
This is a very simple rule set, but for some reason we are not getting through here. Guys, thanks so much for the kind comments. Sorry we're getting a little bit deeper in the code. I do want to have it fixed. If I won't be able to get it fixed now, it's not a huge deal. I can move it by hand, but this would be nice if we can improve the foul bone steering a little bit. Where's Claude? Here, but I don't need it. Do you really want me to replace my knowledge of the game with Claude?
Glorious.
Let's figure this out. Most likely because literally this thing was not added yet. I think I just need more up-to-date data and then to work. I think that is pretty sure that this is the situation. So let's see. Probably this is the case. Let me review if this passes it. I think this rule is basically what's causing the issue. So I think I will disable it just for the foul-borne items, and then we're gonna enable it again because it is useful for everything else. I am using Claude a lot. I am using Claude to develop. I'm using Claude and Codex. Oh, guys, I am using AI a lot. What I'm saying is don't... You know, a very clever CEO I know once told me that there's never outsource everything and never outsource your core value. I feel like using Claude to do the filter tiering for me is a very, very bad decision. I want to be really in full control of what I do. Like the way these buttons are aligned, these buttons were aligned by an AI. I don't care about that. This is just my tooling, but I will not use, but I don't want to do tiering like, hey, I have this bug, can you fix it? No, it's not a good, they're not the right context, because the problem with an AI is, and this, guys, I use an AI a lot. I'm building my own little AI tooling. I'm working on a whole bunch of different things. And let me show you that.
Glorious.
This has been a side project of mine, building the sort of my own little harness, and it's complete, it's my own little knowledge database, and kind of like this Obsidian style system with the capability of wrapping document and doing full kind of automation. I am using a lot of like tooling for these little things. What I don't want to do is kind of replace all of the knowledge, kind of give the knowledge and the build up stable, really good system by introducing a lot of uncertainty into it. And I'm constantly kind of going back and forth. For instance, I am feeling like, okay, I can improve this UI, this Claude or this Codex, or by using both systems. And this is perfectly fine. But then the more I introduce it, the more control I lose myself. I'm not fully avoiding AI. I'm not saying to fully avoid AI. I'm saying that using AI to fix this one specific bug is a stupid idea. It's not even a bug. All right, we're still there. So let's add breakpoint. Probably it also runs against this one. So we're gonna do this. If item, do we have a section information about that? This is the builder. There's definitely a currency check somewhere here. So if either of those is, no, if both of those are false, oh, you're getting snacks. Sieht wunderschön aus, danke dir. 1 second, I have to mute myself. Jo, danke sehr. What's next? Okay, guys, I won't turn this into an AI discussion stream. We can do it at some other time. Let's see if this introduces the... Oh yeah. just a comment. What if you train the AI on your specific style? It's not about style. It's about understanding. Even if we'll be doing things, just one thing I feel like it's really important to know, guys. I worked as an architect for many years, and I used a lot of AIs. I have multiple subscriptions. I use them every day. The one big thing that I think every experienced developer will tell you about your modern AIs, they can solve a lot of big problems, they can be very useful. But there's one big issue. As an architect or as a good developer, you probably can solve an issue in 20 or 30 different ways, at least. And the trick is not that to just solve the issue. The trick is to pick the right way to solve it. And these need to be very individually assessed in many different ways. And this is often where the difference between coding and development comes in. And this is why I don't want to use AIs too much for these things, because I can't perfectly relate that these things will be doing this in the way I would in full trust.
Glorious.
Ah, look, that is much better. We're getting good searing there. That is much better. Okay, let's check the replicas as well. Oh, what happened there? Branch key replicas, steering ranges. Why don't we have that? I know why. Give me a second, I know how to fix that. This is, I'm pretty sure it's because back then I think all I need to do is first start this, then open the replica section, save it once, and then it will work. Let me try. So we're gonna start this, gonna do this, then we're gonna go to the replica section, then we're gonna do save just this one file, and keys are present dictionary. Don't we have the replica section already? What is the key behind that? Neeks replica. Let's try restarting that. Why did they open it in Notepad? Visual Studio Code, what is that? Caveman, IT style. Active aspect list. Why is it not containing it? Right, let's take a look at the document. A replica. I think I know why. Carbon subtier. This needs to create its own special section. Going to be a bit of an ugly solution. Not the biggest fan of that. Let's see if that solves it. I love how bringing up AI in coding made this into an AI stream. Okay, it seems good now. Let's take a look if this actually is saved. So creating this empty file. All right, so now if we're gonna see this to see, first of all, let's handle this all and save. Okay, very good, it now works. How do you keep up with all the code? I think the biggest trick to being good with understanding your code is I have terrible memory. I can't remember all the things well. I have multiple projects to take care of. You need to become very consistent and predictable with your own coding style. If you are a developer, if you develop your own very consistent coding style, if you have a very elaborate and well-defined school of thought when it comes to programming, it's very easy to figure out how you would think and how you would work. This is kind of the lesson I would give there, but you know, very much an individual thing. These are just lessons from the past, so I'm quickly doing that. Nearly done. Task is in a weird state. Okay, save it up. So I can't read or answer all the questions now. Once the filter is done and published, you can ask them again, or you can try to ask them. I'm sorry if I'm missing a lot of questions, a lot of subs. Okay, let's apply the tearing. So things should be a little bit more sane now. Right. Guys, I think I need a 5 minutes break. We've been working for a while and I need to move a bit, grab something to drink, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes. See you in a bit. We've done a lot of work already. We are good on time. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Thank you so much for the support. Alright, we're back. And we've reached the height of the stream, which is obviously feeding the cats. Okay, feeding the cats is a bit harder than expected. This is kimchi. Kimchi is very nice to feed. She doesn't bite fingers. She's a cutie. She's amazing. Well, oh, so thanks so much for the big giveaway. Much appreciated. Thank you. And now we get to the dangerous part of the activities. He's like a shark. Don't bite my hand. Oh, he's very calm right now. Usually he's like destroying my... Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Much. Very smart. Yep. He is playing an assassin build. It was definitely a bifurcated crit. A lot of damage there. Okay, right, so we're gonna let Fluffer go. We're gonna give them some chicken snacks. How's the game development? I have not been streaming game development over the last 2 months. I have done a lot of work, not quite as much as I'd like to. I want to get back into streaming it in August, but I've done a lot of work, a lot of internal reworks. But between the move between some other projects and between the two PoE2 leagues, I haven't gotten quite as much work as I'd like to. But there's definitely progress. There's better animations, loading screens, new attacks, new abilities, new levels, a lot of cool stuff. Also, I've been a bit shy to stream for some reason because I'm a social introvert, but that's fine. Right, where were we? So we've done the I'm thinking. I kind of had the sword before I finished. Okay, so what file did we edit? So I've done this change to the tool right now, and this was done in the economy facade, or is this here? Okay, this was done in the rule set builder. So I think we need to make this secure. I'm not perfectly certain this works. So the issue that I have here is that this may cause some anomalies that I haven't sorted out, and I don't want this to spiral out of control. So if this is not Fileborn and this is not replica, then you can proceed. What I want to avoid is that this thing will trigger if this is also an online mode and it's Fileborn. Unless this is true. So this needs to be also not online, right? So global config, and if this is not on-prem, so if all of these factors are true, let's extract that because it's a bit annoying to work with. So
Glorious. This is exquisite. Glorious.
I'm gonna add this here. It's a bit of a terrible function, but I'm gonna rework this later. I probably want to invert this logic anyway. I can't easily do it right now, so we're gonna keep it like that. Let's check it out.
Glorious.
Is it an or an and? It's an or, right? So this is not on-prem. We always enter that.
Glorious.
I will forget what this means. Let's add this. If you're working on-prem and this is a derived section, Fileborn replica, we can ignore some of the usual safety constraints in order to introduce some safeguard-based steering. Never do this online. Yep, the UI feedback is on the Discord. Zoro, Kozot, Stop End. Guys, thank you so much for your support. Sam Soleo, thank you so much. Basti, thanks for the bits. Oitsu, BJ Riffs, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being around and thanks. Oh, very nice to have you here. ZBZ Zizao, Arnberg, Kaffee, Till Daddy, Death by Taco, Slipknot, Chris Lamb, Promeo, Rusa, Malkir Gaiden, Baron. Guys, thank you so much. Kid Pro, Ericus, Itsuna. I think we have Itsnax. Crap, I have lost track where I stopped. I am so sorry if I forgot someone and misspelled someone. Guys, thanks so much for the support. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Alright, so let's just double check it. This looks fine. So only this steering should be affected, right? So replicas, yes, this is working now. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's exactly what we needed. Some early leak safeguards. Right, so I think we are done with the unique tiering and the currency tiering and replicas. Let's review some other things just in case. I've reviewed these, by the way, in the last days. But it's useful to have this review again. This is fine. Essences are fine. I know this one vial should be okay. Fragments are fine. Runecraft. I did introduce a bit of Runegraph tiering. The gems received a new section to highlight valuable 19 and 20 quality % gems. Honestly, the gem section is a mess. It's always a mess the early leak, so that's fine. The gem, oh god, I don't know. How do you handle that? I think this is early leak skipped, right? It'll be fine. Let me take a look on how these look like. These are the exceptional gems, right? I just don't know how to tier them correctly. It's very hard to do that without economy data with these things being new. So we just gonna assume this is okay. Void Storm, right? So these are the gems tiered T4. Let's take a look how they're tiered. Gems tiered T4 is still shown on all strictness except Uber plus strict. And they're still having a very easy to see appearance. Okay, and that's all perfect. We don't need to adjust that. Divination cards. These are going to be tricky. Something is off. Let me stash this change.
Glorious.
One second, this is extra weird. I know why. She's pushing the box with the snacks. She's pushing the box. She has pushed it down. Very well done, Kimchi. I like KeyPass and I really recommend using that, but I should be swapping to the newer version. I haven't done that yet. It's on my to-do list for the next months. Okay, let's try this. Oh, the cats adjust to the move. The cats had the best time. So we went to a vet before I moved to Greece, and the vet gave them this sort of calming anti-fear agent, and we gave them that. There was a little bit of mewing in the car, and then they mostly strapped through the whole flight, and then they were very happy with their new apartment. So they basically felt like, you know, they got drugged and forgot their old apartment. They're perfectly fine, and there was barely any fear. Do you run prediction of what might be valuable items when league specific items drop? It's just everything in the same class at first. So when there's completely new items that I don't know, what I do is basically just put them into an unknown tier. Okay, Kimchi, this is not working out. I'm very sorry. You can't be constantly trying to harness the secret snack. Every week you're going to update the filter before 12 hours. It sounds very stressful. It is pretty stressful, and I've been working on this update since multiple days. I think 5 days. I had the filter date, I think 2 days early. So it is a very, very stressful week. Definitely more than the German allowed 8 hours per day, believe me that. I went to sleep today at 5 a.m. But it is also fun, you know, it is kind of something I feel responsible for. It's something a lot of people like. Kimchi is there again, but the snacks have been moved. Kimchi will not be fooled. Kimchi, where are the snacks? What happened to the secret box? What happens to the box full of food? She has lied down on the spot where the snacks were. She will figure out what this is. All right. I am 50%-ish expecting the divination card tiering to be terrible at the start of the league, but that is kind of how things go with divination cards, unfortunately. But within 2 or 3 days they'll be fine. Are chromatic orbs now the same tier as chaos orbs? Yes, they are. Also, that is probably a good point to talk about colors. So this is something I've been really struggling with because I don't know how to treat it right. So my base assumption is that in the end game, getting the colors you want will be pretty hard, but not impossible, but very, very hard in general. So I think that you will probably, if you get an item with very many off colors, you probably want to loot that. But the problem is I don't really know if this is correct or not. And if the colors end up dropping quite often, I may end up highlighting a lot of crap anyway. And my issue has become that I've been kind of wondering, how do I deal with the off colors? So my decision for now will be, I've prepared some optional rules and I've stashed them for an update for day 2 or 3. So if it turns out that people are specifically looking and selling colors a lot, I will be, because they are very, very hard to obtain, I will add extra rules for that a couple of days in. but right now it's very hard to predict the correct colors. So what I've done instead is I've added more highlight to the crafting bases in general. So you will see a couple more crafting bases. If you see something that is very off color, you may pick it up, but I don't really know how to handle that, because, you know, even if you get something with 4 off colors, that doesn't mean it's the 4 off colors the person wants or it will sell. So it's really rough to kind of deal with it right now. I just need to see some economy data before I know how to realistically treat that, because right now I can add like 20 rules and most of them will just be annoying people. So what I've done instead, first of all, I've vastly increased the highlight of the chromatic op recipe. I think the chromatic op recipe is now kind of on the level of the jeweler's op recipe, because I think right now you pretty much want to sell every chromatic op recipe that you find. I'm not sure how often we'll be finding these. I expect to be finding these decently often in the endgame. The chromatic op recipes still come in large and small versions when you can adjust this yourself. The chromatic op recipe did not change. It's the same. So if you find an item with an red, green, and blue color linked, you can sell it for a chromatic op. But the issue is the red, blue, and green colors are much more rare. So I expect we won't be seeing it that often. Probably will be, I expect it to be like 2-3 times more rare than 6 sockets. But it won't be that rare either. Six sockets with color give chromatic up? No, didn't. I don't know that. If you can find me the proof that there's 6 sockets recipe that gives you always colors, that they give you a chromatic op, that would be very interesting. But it will be highlighted anyway, because you'll see the jeweler recipe, and if an RGB, you'll get to see it anyway. The chromatic op recipe is still higher than the jeweler recipe. Yes, the same is in the filter. So what I've done right now is, so guys, kind of my approach with the filter was always the same. It's easier to prepare and do quick adjustments. So no, let's put it differently. I think it's much more correct to prepare and do quick adjustments. So my capability with FilterBlade is I can have a new filter version out for everyone within minutes. If there's a problem, I can fix it for everyone, including the subscribe style filters, the auto-blade filters, FilterBlade, and so forth. I would rather prepare for different scenarios and then take the right choice, rather than put things into the filter that are genuinely bad. So what I'm doing now is going the safe path, and once we know that it's how it works, I'll be going for these specific things. So the RGB recipe right now, the old chromatic recipes are still there, the old truths, but they're not doing much. I will disable them once I know that I don't need them. Instead, we now have, come on, where's that? I'm confused, 1 second. Oh, there it is. So instead we can now have these rules, and these have higher priority than other rules. So probably should be even higher priority on this, I don't know. You cannot make a filter now because FilterBlade is down. Once FilterBlade is up again, you can make it, and then to work once the leak starts. What you could also have done, you could have done your filter 5 days ago, then loaded FilterBlade, you know, when it's up again, and then all of your changes would have migrated into that version. So you can prepare your filter ahead of time, but right now we are updating it. All right, so I think this is fine. Let's move on with our to-do list. Okay, so we've done this, we've reviewed the results, review the new items. We're gonna quickly do that. Currency is seared, this is done, this is done, this is done. I'm okay with that. This is fine. So we need to do this now. By the way, ETA less than 2 hours. I would say. I hope so. So I just want to check out that everything is included. Scrying orb is there. We have the enshrouding crystals. And I've put the enshrouding crystals into the second tier, the A tier for now. I think they may be somewhat higher, somewhat lower, but you have to figure this out. I'm gonna check this out later, this one. Then the Deadman's Sofa, that one has the 6 rules, so it kind of is tiered by quantity. Maybe I'm a bit off on this one, but I think it will be fine. Message in the bottle. Changing Ducat, Cake, Shutter, Ducat. The Ducats are all fine. Then we have the Pacts. I am rather certain at least 2 of them will be very valuable. Maybe we should put them into S tier. I'm definitely sure that will be S tier material, right? So I expect these spec to be pretty expensive. So I think Baidat and Gore will be at least S tier, and Lycia and K-Tash may be A tier. I think it's very easy to take those two and put them into S tier. With the other two, they are less used, but I think they will still be used, right? Now with these gems, Crystal Fall is, I don't know how to treat Crystal Fall. I think we're gonna start by keeping it in A tier. And Coursing Current, in my opinion, is probably S tier. I think it's an absolutely amazing support, but I don't know if I should be putting it to the S tier right now. Let's say I didn't touch the tiering at all. Will the auto update after loading the filter after update move it to tier 1? Yes, it will. So if you load, so once you load FilterBlade and load your save, everything that I've changed will be changed in your filter. But if you have done something else, your change will have priority over mine. So you will get everything you did not change, right? So let's say you have adjusted, I don't know, Chaos Ops to be a tier higher, but everything else you want to be the same as on my version. Then you will get only your changes. I don't know, I'm gonna keep it in A tier. I'm gonna play safe there, but I think it may be S tier. I don't know about Skin of the Lords. Yes. If you grab, yeah, that is exactly correct. If you grab a filter occasionally from FilterBlade, like every couple of days, every single time you'll be getting new versions. Just keep in mind that in the first day or two, sometimes the economy is broken and sometimes the safeguards are still on because there's not enough data on the economy. So the first day or two are not very indicative of how a good filter tiering works. But afterwards it's all fine. kind of day 3 is usually when the economy tiering takes completely over. Because, you know, there's one guy who finds a rare unique that no one wants, and this thing is like S tier, or one person lists a divination card for some reason, and you know you have your limited slots in your trade options, and then if some people list, I don't know, the lightning boots divination card for make of destruction for 1 divine, then the filter will see the economy data. Oh, it's 1 divine now, but no one actually buys that. So, you know, there's a little bit of there's a lot of safeguards that I'm used to prevent this, but generally speaking, kind of like day 1, day 2 is not exactly stable. This is why a lot of the work I'm doing right now is kind of keeping the filter. I'm kind of creating this early leak version of the filter that is kind of like the estimation by me and the community. All right, but this seems fine. Let's proceed. Pacts are there. The augmented gems need to be there. Rartan scarab are fine. But what am I doing with those? Yeah, these are up for tiering, so this should be fine. Mercenary Warrant, I think it's in the fragments. Zora's Eye, probably the new boss key. This is fine. Or maybe it's the Abyss boss. I don't know. It's an eye. Probably it's an Abyss boss. Zora's is probably a new Abyss guy. Then we have the Pearl Amulet. And the Pearl Amulet is in here. Arrow, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the support. And thanks so much for your content. Oh, the talismans. It's very kind. Thank you, mate. Okay, talismans are probably OP. I don't know how to tier them yet, so I've been doing some very careful tiering. Talismans are insane right now. It feels weird. And then we have the Ghost Flame Blade, which I shall not spoil. Okay, we have the Enshrouded items. Let me confirm that they are here. That's fine. Then we have the charts and the 3 new divination cards. I don't know what they are. I expect them to be much more valuable than that. Do we actually have data mine information divination cards? Divine shard? No. That would be nice. Oh yeah, but Trashka got changed, right? I did see it, I didn't act on it. Thanks for reminding me, I completely forgot it. It's now giving, what was it? Is it a talisman now? Or an enshrouded item? I completely forgot. Enshrouded unique, right? It's 8 cards. Okay, it definitely needs to get tiered down because right now it's one of the most expensive cards. Vestigial uniques. Oh, there are new patch notes. I've actually checked it out. Is there anything relevant? 1 second. Updated the specific monsters. Like, yes, more skills, but now. Deal more damage per second at level 20. Arcanist Brand now states projectiles from supported skills have 4.8 meters maximum direct flight. Description change Molten Burst. 60% conversion. Matryoshka now gets an item. Vestigial unique item. Oh, level 86 item, okay. 2 new crafting bench unlocked by default. Yeah, we know these ones. Okay. Added a new notable unhollowed Troy. Yeah, we know this one. We know this one as well. Something changed there. And the rolling magma change. I don't know if they killed it more and adjusted. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, the reroll mode is very nice. Double, thank you so much for the bits. Alright, I think this is looking good in regards to this change. Let's continue with the new items. And then we have the renamed item, that should be fine. And the removed item, that should be also fine. Stretching is a good idea. Okay, what's next on our list? Let's first validate this way. Alright, so we now will do these 3 magic clicks. 1, 2, 3. So this has updated the tiering based on all of the decisions we've done. So now we have to commit that, right? So we're gonna go back to precursors. And this is the result of our work right now. All of these little kind of tiering changes, right? Tiering changes. So now we can pull FilterBlade. And we can push these after we checked everything is fine there. So this is a local version of FilterBlade. Okay, so why am I going here? If there's an error in the filter, I would have seen it here. Oh, it's PoE too. Oops. All right, and what's next on our list? Test on alpha. Oh no, the monitor died.
How could this happen? Actually, I think I didn't even push the new filters.
Glorious.
Okay, now they generated. Yeah, I forgot to generate them. Oops. So something that we've done for this league, one second. More issue there. Actually, let me figure this out. Please improve div cut steering because it's not a mess. So I've done a bunch of things for that, but there's a couple of issues there. First of all, the div cut steering is tricky. There's very limited economy data on that. I'm trying my best to kind of get it under control, but you know, it's not something you can do very easily. So at the start of the league, it will be definitely a mess, but I would think it would be a bit better afterwards. But I've done my best to improve some things. I've done my best to improve some things last league. It is just a bit problematic because think about it. The divination card tiering comes from the cards being priced, right? Where are the cards priced? They're only priced on the trade market, on the exchange market. You only have 10 exchange slots. Are you going to be selling or buying something like Wake of Destruction, 1 out of 12 cards? Or are you going to be buying or selling some random body armor card? I don't think so. This is the issue there. So there's a lot of since there's such a little amount of trading going on, people can put all kinds of pricing there, that's higher and lower.
that is completely irrelevant for the actual price or demand of the card. So what I'm trying to do is kind of to distinguish the cards into two categories. There will be cards that are economy priced and cards that are, until something really weird happens, will always stick in their own stack. We'll see how it goes. So my prediction is it won't be very good at the start of the next league, of this league, but I think I'll get it under control over the course of the league. But this is kind of a problem that's not easy to solve. So this update into kind of rename stable into the self-found mode. The self-found mode, by the way, does not change the tiering over the course of the league after the first update, but there's going to be more changes to that later on, so that it's a bit more stable and a bit more, the tiering will be a bit different then. And it's not great yet. It's just not, once again, it's not an easy problem to solve. Anyway, I wanted to test something. Oh no, not the display again. Why does the display always go black when I try to test the filter on the alpha server? The one with the scary warning about if you talk or stream about that, you may get... Oh, who cares what happens, right? By the way, what's an NDA? All right. Good to know. Yeah, it is a good description, Midnight. I think you're very much on point there. So the filter works right now. I want to do a couple more small changes that I kind of ended up on my list that I forgot before that, you know, in the big other set of changes. So before we do that, let me quickly update the changelog a bit more. On the economy-based section for blah, 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 blah. Removed incubators in the most previous talismans rules, added simple chart rule, added determined software, added all other new items, short uniques, maybe do that. Oh wait, no. Wait, you don't have this here? Okay. What else did we do? Added Fireborn and Replica Unique, Safeguards, and Early League tiering. Previously they were economy tiered, but had less options. Added economy base expensive section, added highlight for corrupted drinks. With new. Then let's do that. Socket related, socket color related changes. Reads here the basis towards the new meta. More wand, scepter, even some staff usage. More focused on RES armors than before. There's a lot of this stuff. I just don't forget writing everything down. So there's a million other changes. Where's this line? I need to automate that. Okay, plus. Oh yeah, but this is very old page, but yeah, thanks. Okay, socket color update. Let's add this. I've done. My assumption is that chromatic orbs are now at least on the chaos orb value tier. The filter has been adjusted accordingly. I currently do not yet highlight, do not yet give extra highlight to items with many off colors.
this I need after 2-3 days, after there is some economy data and better endgame understanding, I'll add the appropriate rules. Instead, the filter for now highlights more crafting bases, as you likely want to, as colors likely only matter if the base is of interest. How much do you spend on researching new stuff every leak for the filter? A lot. We have statistics. I have talked to different experienced players. I tested on the alpha server if available. Sometimes even can talk to GG. I also check out the meta, Spew Ninja stats, stuff like that. All right. As a note, it's very hard to estimate the impact of Vestige uniques, as we don't know the drop rate of the shards and how quickly they hatch and how biased they are towards poor uniques, maybe, yeah, poor rows, maybe for uniques that have plant slots. I've done my best to include all items that seem somewhat relevant, but we need actual economy data before this can be tiered seriously, before the impact of vestigial crafting can be estimated. Let's put it like that. I think this is a better approach. Related, yeah, you're right. I need to actually add some sort of correct there. GG does not host FilterBlade. FilterBlade is hosted by me or by us, and it is pretty much funded by the Patreon community. So if you want to support us and also get some small perks, like no ads on FilterBlade and the auto data for FilterBlade, check it out. We very much appreciate your support. Thank you. Donation link doesn't seem to work. Oh, weird. I'll check it out. Yeah, I hear the auto update video is a bit outdated. We've reworked the UI on FilterBlade multiple times, so we'll be reworking all the videos in August. All right, I hope, guys, you forgive me if the changelog is not perfectly complete. I've been neglecting it a bit. Is FilterBlade your full-time job? Since 2 months, it is actually the core part of my full-time job. Yes. Before that, I've been working on it for 11 years as a side project. Do we know the weight of trying ops? No. Do you get more direct support from Twitch subs or Patreon? Patreon. Patreon takes I think less than 10%. There's some conversion, so it may be less than, but definitely less than 30%. Twitch takes at the very least 50%. Oh, do you mean like what gives more support in terms of numbers? Also Patreon. Because I'm not a big streamer, when I stream, I usually stream either during the first days of the league,
And there's actually a sizable amount of people watching for a non-streamer like me. Or I do some weird dev streams which are very niche, so there's usually like 20 people watching. All right, I think this is good. I wanted to introduce a couple more small changes. So the first one is I've been informed that more typos? Wow. I think the A key is a little bit breaking. Stop hiding my mirrors? No. You know what you've done. I'm not sure if this is a base type matrix. This is indeed outdated. The rest should be fine, but it was completely missing the modern wands. Besta, thank you so much. That's very kind, thank you. Okay, that should be fine. Light radius. Okay, this is something that I just thought about today morning. I have these rules in the filter that they detect expensive identified as stuff. Do you know what will be expensive? Light radius. Light radius will be expensive. I think we should introduce light radius as a mod for rings and maybe even for helmets. Maybe not helmets. Helmets are a not bad option, but at least for rings it should be a mod that is filtered for, which feels absolutely absurd, but thank you so much for the subs. My taken. Thank you so much. All right, so variables. Things. What kind of wrinkles do we have? Physical. These are all hand curated. Honestly, it would need kind of a special type of rule. Do we want to build it now? It doesn't take long, so why not? Also, just one rule in FilterBlade, we can handle that.
Glorious.
It's a bit hard to explain this, so I'm not doing that, I'm just building this quickly. Nearly done. We have the veil stat, that's the only one I think I'm missing, plus any whale, okay. plus anywhere. Okay, this should be good. So this ring requires, this doesn't matter. This ring requires 2 of these mods. And then it requires 4 of these mods. Let's rename that. Okay, so whatever I built, I've built a quick, it was fairly quick thing. No, that's the wrong name. X-Ring, let's rename it. Light Core, X-Ring, Light Auxiliary. So this requires auxiliary and, okay, cool. This requires this thing. 1 second, let me check. Okay, all fine. Light core, and this requires 4 of these. All right, now I can explain it. This filter specifically for identified rings with light radius and a high life mod, and at least 2 other useful mods. So if you have this combination, this ring might be worth something right now, because light radius is kinda, light radius plus life stacking is kinda a thing. This was Rogue Legacy, yes. Let's add this to the changelog. Also, let's actually rebuild that, because I think we should add. Let's check if this is functioning. I expect FilterBlade to be done in around an hour. Okay, I just want to expect this myself. This seems perfectly fine. No special characters. This is done. This is done. Kate and Orbit, thank you. Oh, I do wanna thank you so much for the bits. Much appreciated. Really quick thing about FilterBlade. So FilterBlade had a redesign in general, right? I wanna, if somehow you missed it or you didn't use FilterBlade so far, this button is very good, right? So I want you to know this button. You click that, then you select campaign, and then you select your build. But of course your build is probably not there, so you can just click any of those to start and just click the class, right? So let's say you're playing caster. So you can click this, and then you select the bases that you are caring about. You click finally apply. Once selected, you can remove, like, you don't care about minions, you don't care about wands, you don't care about, let's say, evasion, energy shield, you only want those 2. And let's say you click, or let's say you also wanna use staves, right? No, let's say you're gonna level the staves somehow, and then you click apply, and this has created your whole leveling setup. So now your leveling is done. You can also do the same for endgame. Now endgame is a bit harder to explain. There's these mods, and you can just stick to the normal options, because for the endgame you don't want to see just your items. You also want to see items that you potentially want to sell. So yeah. So if you only want to see items that are tailored for you, this is kind of more self-found. Remove this one. Then you only see items you care about. But if you want to see the best items for the other builds, keep this one. Remove this one. Keep this one around, right? I would love to see this to instead have another line which asks which element. Yeah, maybe at some point. I definitely want to see is definitely want to expand these. These features are very well received. Also, I do want to quickly show another feature which is kind of related. So the semi-strict, the filter screen has been changed, right? So, by the way, you do not believe how much work went into, how much discussion went into the screen. So much discussions went into that, and there's so much work in this little overview there, because it kind of dynamically tries to figure out which items to show you there. There's been a lot of heated discussions there, but overall it's good, right? So you can change and see how things are affected there. So something I want to show you there is you can click compare strictnesses. Many people never saw the screen, and this takes a while to load. Should take a lot to load. Maybe it's a local host issue. I'm gonna expect that it's the local host issue. But I'm gonna also ask it. So we'll look into that later, but I want to show you something else then. The advanced screen. Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, that's Zoe, never mind. It's my bad. Let me rebuild that. Did I do dum-dum? Yeah, the dum-dum. My bad. Barking up the wrong kid punch. Yep, pretty much. That is pretty much what I did. Yep, this is the compare strictness screen. So this is kind of a different way to see how things progress. So for instance, you can see what items are shown. What the hell is that? What is that? Let's take a look at this.
1 second. I think we should fix these as well. You have too many colorful sockets on the screen. Yeah, I left some. This honestly needs, and I will probably review this later. This is not really important for the overview. Just kind of, you know, this is not how the game works anymore, but there's no rule actually catching that. I just wanted to ensure that there's no accidental RGB link. And there was actually one. Yeah, you see there's a lot of these. We kind of added these randomly in the past, because just to give the items the right appearance. All right, so I think this should be fine. I think I'm gonna do another alpha run. And to quote myself previously, what does NDA stand for? So, you know, ignore the screen suddenly going black. Guys, I don't think I have Cloud Code, I'm just not using it all the time. I think using AI has a lot of benefits. And I am using Cloud Code, for instance, in order to do automated testing. But I don't think you want to replace a person who has spent over 10 years becoming really proficient at understanding the PoE logic and all of these kind of complex things that are not actually easy to teach an AI, because it's not common knowledge for an AI or something you can easily train, right? There's not no good training data. Replacing such a person with random changes done by Cloud Code.
I did not try Kimi yet. I would like to try it at some point. I've heard good things about Kimi. And by the way, guys, I'm constantly in a very weird spot because I actually hate being in this spot. Very, very honestly. I am very much torn between you should be using AI and you should not be using AI. I had fights with people who had been using too much AI, and I've been fights with people who have been using no AI, and there have been cases where I've been doing too much AI, and I've been rightfully called out on that. There is a fine balance to be found, and this fine balance changes all the time. It's like balancing this fine line where someone pushes you all the time, and there's a lot of kind of risks and benefits, and you can't really ignore it as a competent developer nowadays, I think. In most cases. In some cases you can. But I think in most cases, not ignoring it is also bad, but I think only using it will also get you in no good spot. So it's a very, very tricky thing to do, you know. It's very hard to tell what the future will be. I think this is the one thing I really encourage you to do is I think any person who will overconfidently tell you 100% that they know how the future will look like, I would not listen to this person. They're either trying to sell you something or they were sold something. We're living in times of great uncertainty as a developer. Things are changing rapidly. Technologies are changing rapidly. Capabilities are changing rapidly. You should be evaluating these things based on your work, based on your experience, based on your needs. Be smart about things. Second. One second, it's malfunctioning. just a few notes. Some things I can't do yet now. Some things I'll improve once the filter is live. So once the filter is live, I'll be looking into updating the presets. I'll take a look at the ruthless preset as well, because right now it's, yeah, I don't expect it to be, probably need to be updated a little bit. We'll see. Shrixie, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Yeah, Shrixie, Turtle, Kerboy, Bennett, Curious Shell, Caton Orbit, Sea Dirge, Matekin, I'm not sure, sorry, Bonad, Desta PGB, Zippo, North Shore, HVAS, guys, thank you so much to Blur, thank you as well. Corellin, yeah, thanks. And Abgezogt. Ursi, Flyverse, Mankit, Felsky, Bimaran, Meaty Beaky, Smoothie Val, Zoro, Kozot, Stop, Sam, and Basti Olzu. Guys, thank you so much. I think these were the subs. I'm sorry if I missed someone. Thanks so much for the support. I'm just waiting for something right now. That's why I'm taking this moment. Also leak before playing. So by the way, right now I'm waiting for Zoe, so we can talk a little bit about questions and chat about stuff, and we're making good progress. I expect if everything goes well, half an hour, worst case an hour, and things will be done. But we do need this time. So thoughts on the leak. I'm not always a huge fan of these type of, you know, I'm gonna call them the tempo leaks, where you kind of get out of the map and start doing other activities. Then again, some of them, like Delph, have been amazing. So I think it's hard to tell right now, but this is not so important, because honestly, the league also brings back mercenaries. I'm going to play a luminary. I'm going to start with the very cookie cutter flamebot luminary, but I have some new ideas that I want to try once I have some gear. And once this is done, I think it'll be really fun. I think the mercenary is something I'm looking forward to. I believe the Legion remake is going to be really fun. I believe the Abyss League is going to be really, really fun. Can you ask Jung to unban me? Sorry, I don't really have a big direct communication to Jung. Also, why did you get banned? So yeah, Abyss and Legion are probably going to be the things I'm looking forward to most, and Mercenary. How much of creating filters is scripting versus programming? It's really a mix. I mean, in my case, I developed multiple new programming languages in order to make filter creation easier. So these are domain languages. I've designed these specifically to make programming a lot more efficient there. So this has been architecture, development, and linguistics. But some of it is absolutely hard-coded scripting. A lot of it has been just automated scripts that we reuse every single league. For instance, I have this script with that I remove items from every single relevant file, because I don't want to kind of scour them for exceptions. So I don't have to be worried about kind of some outdated word being in the filter. One tricky part about this is the filter itself is really dumb. The filter, you know, there's no conditional logic there. You can't put any sort of try catches. You can't put an API there. You can't use the filter to fetch other things. You can't like integrate some Claude bot into your filter. So the filter itself needs to be pristine. It needs to be an algorithmic. It needs to have algorithmic perfection. You can't have a single typo there. And that means you need to build everything before that to be really good. You need to have a lot of validation, you need to have a lot of scripts, because, you know, if I would do this, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna remove this. This would break everything. No single person who would be running the filter would have a working filter. It would be broken for everyone. So that means this stuff needs to be very, deterministic is, you're right. It needs to be very deterministic, needs to be very exact, that's very precise. There's no room for fuzziness and error here. You can actually make some things fuzzy, but it also kind of makes the filter less performant. So whenever possible, you need to be smart about that. Filter is just the basic level conditional formatting. Sure, I suppose. But that is also oversimplifying that.
Glorious.
With your self-made domain language, what before existing language did you take as a sort of example? How does the syntax look like? So that is a very actually solid question, and it is kind of inspired by a mix of C# and CSS. But I'm going to be honest there, back then, I've designed this language 6 or 7 years ago. I was an inferior developer compared to what I am right now. So I would have designed it somewhat different today, with different features, with more support, and maybe I will it someday. All right, and oh, 1 second. I actually forgot something. This is something I should have prepared yesterday. Ah, crap. Can't be important if I forgot, right? Wait a second. I'm improvising. Zoe, you don't pay attention to me. It's not related to FilterBlade directly, at least. Are you using any cloud service like AWS to host your website? Yes. FilterBlade is hosted on AWS, mostly using we are pretty much 99% serverless based. So all of our architecture is using serverless Lambda function written in either Node.js or C#, and we're using a Cloudflare Cloudflare CDN in front of that. And some of our backend has, most of our backend is C# based, but the front end of FilterBlade is actually very lean vanilla JavaScript, which is very nice in the age of every 3 months having like a new supply chain attack on the Node.js library. So we have a lot of stability in that regard. Second, I'm checking something. You know what I forgot? I forgot the update picture. It's not even that important, but I should make one. Every time I do a FilterBlade update, there's like a picture, and I totally forgot this time. So most likely I'm just gonna jam it and find an old one and collage it together, and we're gonna just do it. While Zoe is updating the beta and we're testing out that everything is working, we can just add some screenshots there. It's gonna be not exactly the perfect way of doing things, but you know, I don't think this is something worth spending time over or making you wait over. This is at this point my fault and just my fault, right? Yeah, Cat is running around and trying to flop on the keyboard. So I'm gonna very inconspicuously take this area and that's an exalted up there. No, it's not good. I wonder where this picture is.
Glorious.
That's fine, we'll just take a FilterBlade screenshot. Give me a second. Okay, so we're gonna quickly edit that. It's actually really bad.
Sorry that I'm doing this live. It's kind of important part of the process, but we are waiting for the update anyway, so I suppose it's not a huge deal. Yep. Okay, FilterBlade UI improvement, several scheduled overcode. Navigation overhaul. Streamlined workflow for new players, powerful search bar function. Alright, this is kind of the FilterBlade side of things. Key upgrade. What? Better tiering for replica and foulborn uniques. Overflow tiering for both sections. And I think even more importantly, and we're gonna move that there, is this is actually a very cool feature. I haven't talked about this stream. Economy-based crafting section, all valuable 86, 85, 84, 83. Usually something I do in peace, kind of on the last day before release. Totally forgot this time. I probably need to automate this process at some point. The responsive design. Oh, Discord? Thanks. Oh, sorry, I didn't do the filters yet. Sorry. Let me do that quickly. Okay, now it's on my end. Sorry, I kind of missed how far you are ahead. So let us proceed. This goes into master. Push. Push. Sorry, it's a bit of a weird stream. Probably should just skip on the picture design. And update that. How do you find Greece so far? Pretty good. I really enjoy the country, I enjoy the food, I enjoy the couch, I enjoy the people.
I'll be learning Greek intensively starting this autumn. Right now, it's kind of too much focus on the move in the company. Thank you so much for the kind word, guys. For the kind words, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being part of this journey. Okay, so the precursors seem fine. We can now move them into master. Wait, what is that? Oh, the new things. Right? Okay. How come you moved to Greece? A whole bunch of different reasons. So, 1 second, I need to do some... my mobile for that. So the most important reason is my girlfriend. I met her and she has family here, and she has also a small house here in a very rural area. So due to different family and economic reasons, we decided, you know, we went a step. We were thinking, okay, what are our chances of affording a house in Germany, you know, for family and personal reasons and kind of like progression in life. And we decided that it's probably best to do the move. And the food is good, yes. The food is actually really good. Let me confirm that the patch is going on. I'm doing a lot of Devi stuff on the other screen that I cannot show you because I do not trust some of you with my credentials. I think most of you are completely trustworthy because you don't know how to log into AWS and how to use Lambda functions, but with some of them maybe I should not be showing things. You know, let's not compromise security. So it was deployed, let's give it a try. And so now I'm building the functions. Don't crash. Do not crash on me. It will for sure. Do not crash. If you're 95% trustworthy with AWS credit. Yeah, I'm okay with losing 5% credit, but that's okay, right? PM me for free AWS key. Okay, now it's time to bring you the big info. This filter will not work until the servers are patched. Please, guys, it will not work before the new update is live, okay? This is happening. This is kind of the big dance of explaining this doesn't work. I swear I never spent any of your AWS money. I remember we had this overview of our AWS stats that was costing a lot of money. Okay, softcore is created, hardcore is being created right now, Zoe. Actually, not sure if I clicked hardcore. Maybe I need to start again. If it crashed out of memory, it actually worked because the function can do it 3 times in a row. Is there a sense to play on hardcore? Yeah, it's a personal challenge. You know, you are much more emotion driven. Try hardcore, and you know, anytime you are kind of in a dangerous situation, you think twice. It is just a much more emotional playstyle. This is basically it. It's also a challenge, and you can make fun of everyone who's not playing hardcore, and hardcore is also done Zoe. I swear to God, there's some way to align these, but I don't know how it works in this. Oh, maybe if I multi-select? Is there like an align button? Combine, merge. That's fine. So usually I prepare this ahead of time. Sorry that today the PSD picture is a bit lower quality. I suppose you guys can live with that. But you know, PR is part of the work. It's not something I can skip on, unfortunately. I will probably, this is actually something I totally am okay with automating with like AI, you know, I give it some text and it just spits out a picture. I probably don't even need AI for that. I can use like some Photoshop backgrounds. This does not bring me joy. I'm very unhappy with the background. Maybe we should replace it with something.
Okay, I think we're good to go. What I have to do. It's not the most important part of the update. All right, I'm done. I'm tired and don't feel like doing any more picture work. I forgot to do it yesterday, so this is one of the weirdest streams in that regard that I'm doing this right now. But no. Okay, let's post it. Also, FilterBlade going live, guys. We are pretty much done there. This 20 Also, I totally forgot about this. We need to actually push the repository here. And luckily I have some automation for that. I'm a bit confused with my windows. This is not the one that I need. I need this one in a second because of the release, right? Did I really call it moist bolt leak? I'm gonna leave with that. Now it's called moist bolt leak. It wasn't actually intended, but you know, we have to live with our I'm sure that's a mistake. All right. Very excited for. So, what do I write here? I'm not sure. I am a bit out of words. Very excited for this leak because this is true. Still not 100% sure what you play, but I've been working on the filter since 5+ days. So now it's time for me to go make a POB.
We've reworked the UI quite a bit. More changes coming. Please give us feedback in the Discord. Thanks so much. Okay, this is the latest picture, right? This is the latest picture. Claude update the filter, make no mistakes. Yes. Zoe, what's the status of the intensive timing? I think we're done, right? Yeah, I think we are done. We'll still need to figure out one link, and
Glorious.
I think we're done. Give me a second. I think we're done.
Glorious.
Guys, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry that this update has been a chaotic mess. This is the kind of the joy and the risk of streaming. You kind of get into these, you know, unscripted, silly situations. Okay, it's not quite done yet. We're waiting for the cache purge, so it takes a couple more minutes. Let's go through the subs, and then we can go through questions, a bit of a Q&A. Lutereno, Elusive One, Tilcheck, Scarabox, Pix for Geeks, Beatlib, Disco Bandit, Herb Dog, Tango for Zulu, Prometheus Project, Kropic, Tazur, Nairo, Shrixie. Guys, thank you all so much. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. And Illumination, thank you as well. Guys, if you want to support our work, please check out our Patreon. The idea there is Patreon gives you 2 good perks. You get no ads on FilterBlade, and in addition, well, mostly, we're going to remove the rest of them soon, but the big one is gone. And on top of that, you get the auto updater, so you will get always the latest version of your filter, plus it will be merged with your style choices, with your tiering choices, with your gameplay choices. So we're going to do the backend work for you. Yeah, thank you so much. It's the best way to support us. It is now my full-time job, so I need to do a little bit of shilling. I'm going to try to keep the shilling to a limit, to a minimum. Does it include Ruthless updates? Yes, but the Ruthless updates are more rare because I don't play Ruthless, but there will be Ruthless updates. All right, we are public, I heard. So yeah, this goes live. I am certain there will be some things we'll be fixing, so keep an eye on the thread. Here's the thread. I recommend you to take a look at that. And we're gonna post this. Where is it? Not this. Not this. Not this. Where? There. Okay, no link to post. There's the link to post. Oh, Patreon link. Patreon link is Patreon. There you go. Guys, thank you so. Oh crap! Did I misspell them? I am okay with that. I am okay with that. Mistakes have been made during this update because I forgot to make the picture, because, you know, I try to do so much things in time. This update was really well timed compared to our usual updates. We had, I think this week has been much better kind of planned in time, but I totally forgot the to create the picture. Anyway, guys, filter will not work before servers are down. It will not work before servers are down. You see a person who complains about that, you tell them once. If they complain about them again, tell them that they are a worthless individual and should read the FAQ. Maybe don't go this far, but tell them. Or tell them to talk to Claude and fix their filter. That probably also works. Man, this is so gonna happen in the future. You know, I am so seeing people like I gave Claude the filter and it fixed it for me. And it just like removed all the new sections so that it works in the late update again. It's gonna be great. Future is gonna be bright because it's burning. But yeah. All right. Next step. I am not done. I am not allowed to be done. Second. We are not quite done. No.
Glorious.
There's some guy who called himself POE1, and every single time I need to watch out that I don't ping him accidentally. Not a... I will. PoE1 Suite 20. Wait. Yeah, Suite 20 update is live. It will not work until servers are patched. Comes with a lot of tiering improvements and UI improvements. Is this a good message? I don't know. Publish. All right, so oh crap, it's 3:29, right? Okay, next, let's finish the communication. Let's just finish this quickly, and then we can talk about FAQ stuff and all the good things. Twitter. You may like it, you may hate Twitter, you most likely hate Twitter, but it is an important communication part of Paths of Exile. So Twitter is fun. I wish the algorithm wouldn't be so shitty. And let's show this. If you want to, we also reduce the amount of ads on the FilterBlade because it is now primarily most Patreon funded. Patreons get most to all of their ads removed, plus the Patreon get the auto updater plus thank you for your support. If you want to support our project, wrong order, want to support our project, check out our Patreon. This is just, you know, I still feel terrible every single time I promote the Patreon, even if it's now my main job. But oh, what's the tool on the right? This is something this is completely vibe coded. We had this discussion about not using AI for filters, and I stand by that. But this is something vibe coded. I had this idea one night to use the Twitter algorithm and build kind of like a predictor that evaluates how well posts are. So, you know, it kind of uses some of the known algorithm information to evaluate how good your how good it scores versus the algorithm. I'm not sure if it's actually useful. I may post it at some point. The style clipboard, I actually do not know. You have to ask Zoe. I think we did not. Let me check. Oh no, it's not removed. Look, you go there, you click copy, and then if you click paste, there's this button there where you can see your styles. So it just is part of the paste button now. All right. Think we're good? Okay, guys, I think it's a good. Oh, no, one more thing. Two more things, 1 second. Then we're nearly done, and then. Okay, so first of all, Blue Sky. I try to communicate it on both sides. Let's quickly authenticate there. I'm just gonna copy my Twitter message. You post. Honestly, I should probably put information there, how to get there. One second. Ah, crap. And then in a minute we'll do a bit Q&A, and you can ask me all your filter and Claude questions, so we can finally talk about AI, because it seems that there's, every time AI is mentioned, it seems there's a million people who want to chat about that and have their opinions about Claude. That's okay, we can have that. But let us first finish things. Guys, the servers are down. This whole Ajax request fail means the PoE servers are not ready yet. I think they're patching right now. Not perfectly certain, but I'm pretty sure it's every time the PoE servers, either the filter is too new or the PoE servers are patching. All right, and the very final thing, just need to bump the forum post.
This is the final thing, and then I think I'm actually done with all of this, you know. Updated for 329. Final save and okay, right. I think we're done. Okay, guys. Sorry about all of the chaos. Let us go to questions. The most important thing right now, FilterBlade will not load. Sorry, FilterBlade. The FilterBlade filter is not yet working because the servers are not yet patched. Once the servers are patched, things will function. All right, what else? What can I show you guys? What can I tell you guys? Do you have any questions for me? We have at least half an hour to chat. Maybe I'll raid someone. It'll probably be Vizeran and I always wonder, does the filter patron pay you enough? It's crazy to me that you do all that work so little. So it didn't used to, and it depends on what is enough, right? So we have a lot of costs. We have the servers, the auto update function costs the most. We've been doing very clever backend designs to make FilterBlade itself be fairly cost efficient, but the auto updater is very costly. So the auto updater is mostly paying for itself. Also, the money is not just on my end, it's distributed between Zoe, Haggis, and me. And we also have some other artists and some other costs associated with FilterBlade. But now, actually, after many years, after doing it for, I think, 11 years, just as a hobby, there's no real quest of making it full-time. I never thought this would be, I never thought this would even be making money. I did it for fun. After so many years, now, yes, actually, it's enough to live in Greece. I don't think it would have been enough in Germany. Germany is more expensive, but I moved to Greece. My girlfriend owns a small house here in a rural area in Rhodes. It's wonderful and don't have neighbors. It's much more family, so I go out and daily touching grass. And this is a very new experience for me because I was always a city person. And yes, now if I'm careful with things, this is actually, I can actually live quite okay with that. So yeah, it is nice. I of course have other projects that I work on. I can't rely on doing this forever, but I do want to, yes, but this is nice. I get to do something I love. I do get to do something I have joy at. I can do something that brings other people joy, which I think is very important. I had some shitty-ass jobs, I'm pretty sure most of us did, where the stuff I've been doing, I wasn't sure it wasn't a big benefit of humanity. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not delusional. The filter is not won't save the world from war, but it is still something that brings people joy, and having a nice life is not a bad thing. Thanks, Mad Dog. I'm not gonna go overboard there, but I'm gonna mention it like in threads. I don't think the life I'm living is the dream life for many people. I know many people who would not trade with me. You have a lot more chaos, you have a lot less structure. There's, everything needs to be done by our hands. And I'm living in a rural area, which means, you're not living in the city. And I have to learn German. I have very little respect, as I said, to people who move to a country and don't mean to learn the language. And I don't want to end up being this guy. So, sorry, I have to learn Greek, not German. German I already know. Ethan, are you happy? Yes, I think so. It's hard to say. I mean, I always had a little bit of a depressive
note here and there, but I am definitely happier than it was before. I felt burnt out in my old job after many years of and many switched bosses and oftentimes very incompetent people that I had to deal with. I am happy to work on my own projects. I'm happy to work on new things. I'm happy to live in a not in a city but in a more rural area, which I think is good. I had a lot of good people as bosses, but you know how corporations are. It's complicated. It's not just good and bad, and it's a bit more complicated than this. Sometimes they were good in one thing and bad in other areas, and sometimes they were nice people but were not actually designed for this job. Do you have a pool? I do not have a pool. But who knows, maybe in the next years, maybe if things go well, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years we can build one. So very glad to hear good better health is most important. This has been a huge update. So I had serious health issues before I moved to Greece. Also, the apartment I lived in Lübeck had huge water issues, and my health has become so much better. My blood pressure is down, I lost weight, and I'm intending to lose more. In general, my health is improving. I'm trying to do a little bit of a small diet as well to lose more weight. I'm trying to get more into activity now that I have more time. Yeah, it's good. It's better. What are you league starting? I think I'll start on the Luminary. I'm gonna do, for once, I'm gonna do a very typical build. I'm gonna start Luminary and go with Flame Lake. It's something I wanna really learn because it's good for a filter maker to understand many different, you know, gameplay types. But I think I'm not gonna like try to min-max that, but instead I'm gonna switch to some of the more exotic ideas I have, like Spectre Luminary or Lighting-based Luminary, where both you and Mercenary deal some damage. My second character will probably be Assassin with Blade Blast of Unloading. Are you part of the sub to streamers to get rewards? Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And if you subscribe to me tomorrow or give subscription, I'm not sure which one it was this time, you can actually get some of the nice MTX. I would really appreciate that, but then again, there's a lot of other streamers, and I do get, you know, this is something that, this is a weird thing. I don't want to feel like I'm a morally great person there, but you know, I'm not a big streamer, and I do appreciate your support, but there's also a lot of other streamers, so it's up to you. Gems in the campaign, there's no life tab in the drop down. There's not. I think you can still add it, but maybe we're missing it. We'll look into that. Gonna put it a note there. Live tab missing from autocomplete. You can just type it in live tab support, just get the typing exactly right, and then it will ask you, are you sure? And then you can add it. And even if it complains, it will work. Do we need to upload our filters again once the servers come up? Yes, because you're not uploading anything right now. I've already re-tiered Matryoshka. It actually went a couple of tiers down because it was an S tier. Now it's, I think, in C tier? No, B tier, it's B tier. How long have you been a dev? Now I'm 36. I would say I started developing when I was 15. And I mean, my first kind of attempts to develop the Warcraft 3 maps, I was actually very, very deep into Dota. I was part of the Dota, you know, forum moderators team and the alpha servers. I was so deep in Dota, it's insane. Then I ended up playing a lot of like different games. I was multi-boxing World of Warcraft, wrote my own multi-boxing software. Yeah, played a ton of Diablo. Not super proud of that, and only use it for myself, but you know, in Diablo I wrote my own bots, so I was mostly using them offline, but I actually had a lot of fun there. But I played Diablo like a crazy person. I never cheated since then, so yeah. Wait, arrows detecting the filter? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't get these. How did you get that? Wasabi, post in Discord, please. How did you get that? You shouldn't be having that. Try Control F5. Maybe you have outdated versions. I'm the only one who's stuck on the new FilterBlade update available. Try Control F5. Try restarting your browser. There's a chance. There's a chance that you got stuck in doing loading it. You should play EVE Online. Live is not long enough to play EVE Online and PoE. Wait. Is our service up? Actually, probably not even down. All right, let me show you some things What? Oh, Flame of Ktash, I cannot find either. Is this normal? It seems to be missing indeed, but that's not a big deal because it will be highlighted anyway. So the way I build the filter is if an item is missing, it will be highlighted anyway because it's not sealed. But I'm gonna add it in a sec. That's so weird. Why did it get removed? Let's add it. But yeah, that's a good note. Somehow this missed. Kind of the way I build filters, if I highlight everything, or kind of if I attribute hide or show to everything else can be caught. So this is kind of the system I'm using. So anything that is not known will be caught. Right, so Flame of Ktash, how is this not part of the filter? So this one, right? Only Ktash was missing. Okay, thank you so much. Much appreciated. I don't know what happened there. So what does it do? Drop tainted currency. Sounds decent. Oh, Flame. So let's put it into tier 2. I don't know how expensive it is. Alright, so let us add this. No, we also need to that. And that means we can quickly regenerate everything on AWS. But this is perfectly reasonable. You know, this is, I'm very happy that kind of errors like this, I'm very happy I am immune to them. I'm still confused how this happened. Because maybe it wasn't there before. I'm so confused.
Second. Okay, generating. Okay. And at the same time that I'm generating, we could also build a new version for PoE for FilterBlade. Some of the div cuts are not don't show their outcome and cover. Unfortunately, I'm aware of that. We're gonna improve that. Not 21, 20.0A. What's here? We're estimating the chromatic orb. I've put them into chaos here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they rise into annulments here. Depending on how the economy will shake out in the first days, I might have to add some exotic sections to highlight specific off-color or colorful, you know, items. So this is something I wasn't actually expecting, but this is something that may actually happen. Items may become realistically more expensive because of socket colors, which is kind of weird. Also, you know what? Corrupted items are going to be so much better now because you can buy like corrupted sixling. I haven't actually thought about that. You can now corrupted items, as long as you have the sockets, are now much better of links. Were off-lamps always under the scarab section? Yeah, I've introduced them at some point there. Not always, but I've kept merging sections that are very similar because they are kind of similar, right? What is the difference between an off-lamp and a scarab? It's kind of just the effect, right? I don't think there's even any other major difference. Maybe the one is affected by some Atlas nodes. So that's why I kind of merged them. I merge things by functionality. Zoe, don't, crap. Boss. Where is that shit? Zoe, I have to do. Wait, maybe it's the wrong symbol? No. Zoe, I'm doing a prod deployment directly because there's an item missing. So this will be appearing in people who control 5. That's an error. Like.
Oh, a glorious spectacle.
Right, things are getting patched. I wonder if item filters are case sensitive. They are very, very case sensitive. Who else are there? Little snacks brought and ready for league start. I've been brought food and my girlfriend has prepared some food for the next days. It's a pretty lean food because I'm trying to be a healthier person, but some of it, yes. What FPS is your camera running on? Looks like a movie. No idea. My stream setup right now is like glued with, you know, this tape. It's very work in progress. This room is being in general reworked. I moved to this place, moved to this house 2 months ago. Since we are kind of restoring everything. And how to hide a weapon base that I don't use in semi-strict. And simulate level 1, I see magic claw. Okay, don't level 11, right? I think this is the best way you should do. Maybe don't simulate level 16. I think you can still see some swellings on like level 1. So I think this is the way I would recommend you to do. So go auto adjust for build, campaign, set to caster for now. So this is kind of the first thing I would do, because kind of select the base types you want. And now if you go to simulate and go like level 15, why is this dropping in? Okay, doesn't matter. You will still see some magics because magic items are being good for selling. Now, something you can do here, and this is something I want you to remember. Now, guys, it's time for brain power. Okay, let's activate our big brain, the one that you use for learning. It's like the one that you use when you see PoE trailers. If you control click an item or right click an item and click jump to rule, you can find out what rule is highlighting it. So now you can figure out, oh, it's highlighted because it's a magic level 9 to 16 item. So for instance, if you don't care about magic items highlighted in these zones, you can just disable that. And then you go back to simulate and you see, they're gone. You know, and you can do the same with pretty much everything else. So you see these are swellings, right? You can click it, you see it's a swellings act 1, okay, cool. Then you click it some more and you get some superior stuff with some X over quote. Okay, that's fine. Not sure if it drops there. We probably need to look at our item levels a bit, but that's fine. Not sure if these are supposed to drop. We need to look at our item. I mean, I haven't checked our loot simulator too much, so ignore what is kind of like when they're dropping. I haven't checked it with level 16. And let's see, there's this, and now you see, okay, this is remaining rares. And if you don't want to see these rares for selling, you can just remove them. So now you only see kind of items that, you know, we can config that and say disable, or we only want to see gear and gold, right? Right, so now I think we're looking specifically for items for casters, right? Swelling, okay. Shield, okay. Rare belt, okay. Scepter, okay. So this is kind of the way you should be working with the filter. I think the first thing you do, you should use auto adjust for build, and you can use it twice. They stack up. You can use it once for campaign, and you can use it once for the end game, right? Then something else. So I want to also show you something else. Need cut this part and make some guide video. I will do that in the next days or weeks. August for sure. Maybe I'll just do like a small video right now, just kind of like, hey, do this. Would be probably good. Next thing I want to show you, and this is for later, right? So I've heard this request many times. Hey, how do I? No, the leveling video is out. Oh, auto adjust. Yes, thanks. How? Let's say I'm on semi-strict, or I'm on strict, but I want to see all currency. Or I'm on uber strict, but I want to see all currency. Or I'm on semi-strict, but I don't want to see rare gear. So here's what you can do. You click on strictness, right? And you find the strictness level you're most pleased with in general. And by the way, your changes stay here. So you can anytime change the strictness. And then you click on advanced mode. And now it sounds scary, it's advanced, right? But here you can select your base strictness. Let's say you want to stick with semi-strict. Or let's say you go on uber strict, but you want to see all the currency. So now you click uber strict, and override the currency function. And now you can tell that the currency function is on semi-strict. So now you have kind of like a mixed filter that mixes strictnesses. So this allows you to kind of have your own custom settings there. You want to see less divination cards? You can expand it here. Maybe you want to see no rares, just jam it all the way to apex strict. Maybe you want to see more Veilproof items. So we're trying to make it sensitive in terms of how you can mix and match. Then click apply, and you can just go to Loot Simulator and try it out, right? You probably should add buttons like for different level offsets. So now you see you don't get like random rares because we remove them. Can I lock my filter from changes? Yes. So I want to talk about this a little bit. Here you have the game mode. There's softcore and there's Thor Self-Found. Thor Self-Found will be receiving only updates, and it will be adding better descriptions there. In terms of tiering, twice a league. One is today, and one will be in 3 or 4 days. So once you've done that, you don't expect any changes to tiering. You will still get patches, but no tiering changes. So that there will be kind of a stable update in 3 days, and afterwards there will be no more tiering changes. Also, you can lock changes in general. So for instance, you go to currency, and you see this currency section, and now you say, I want to keep the currency forever the way it is currently tiered, because I have moved, I don't know, I have moved Blessed Orb 1 tier below, and I always play Self-Found. How can I keep things exactly this way? Well, sir, have you covered? You want to lock your section. There is this arrange button here, you know, next to the collapse and expand button. You click the arrange button, and then you click lock all. Now this whole section will never change. My changes here are irrelevant. Unless EEG completely breaks the section, because, you know, sometimes they do like a full rework. Let's say incubators. Incubators are gone. I'm going to delete incubators from your filter regardless if you change it or not. You can lock it, but I will delete it anyway because your filter will crash if it's there. But if GG does some catastrophic, then I will reset it. Otherwise, they will change, stay like that forever. Keep in mind, so you may be thinking that your tiering is better than mine right now, and you may be right. But be careful, because my tiering is economy updated. So maybe think about it twice. In a few days, it's safe to adjust the set filter without locks? Yes. You also have, this is just something I want to show you, also have the automatic spec currency tiering. This screen is very, very scary, but this basically means how many items of this tier do you need to find in order for you to upgrade the stack size. So it allows you to kind of make your own tiering and have the stack size updated automatically. So let's say here's the armor scrap tier, you can click on it, right? And you need to get 3 armor scraps for it to get this visual. If it's 6+, you get this visual. And you can also drag this, right? So you can like tell how many of a tier you can get. So it kind of gives you a bit of automation option. So if you want, let's say, divine tier to only be reached after 6+ items, you drag this a bit higher. You open that by going to currency and going to auto. By default, it's default. Now click auto, and this kind of manages it all for you. And now you can change things here. They will be automatically migrated to the automatic tiering. You can also call uniform, and then pretty much stacked items always look the same as normal items. Was this there last week? Also the last 3 years. We're just very bad at making videos and advertising our features. Yes. Presentation and UI is not my strong part. What I'm doing well is, you know, building decent builders. How to copy few rules from another old filter. Okay, this one is a bit more tricky. So the way I would recommend you to work is this is the way I would recommend you. Go with the reset function. Just reset the ones that you don't want and keep the ones you want. What you can also do is you can create a module, and this is a bit more advanced, but I'm going to show it to you. Alright guys, now you know, because we had big brain time before. Now we're going to instack. This is kind of at most advanced. This is the rocket science of FilterBlade, and the people who have ascended that claim to have the best filters in the game. Alright, instacking time. So let's say you want to have some very specific changes to your filter, and you want to have these changes in all of your filters, no matter when you create them, right? And you want to edit them at one single spot. So let's say you want to have, as an example, you can also do it with steering, you want to change the appearance of currency, just for the sake of argument, right? So we're going to make a different currency look. Let's change the hue there, and for instance, we want to have the wonderful different color, right? Very quirky. All right, and this one as well, right? We're gonna go through the full way. We need to. All right, so now we have these new exciting colors, right? So you don't want to do this every time. You want to save it as a reusable kind of building block. And the advantage behind it, you can remove it and add it anytime. And let's say you have a colorblind friend who would also like to add or remove it. So what you can do now is, and this is a bit more advanced, you go to advanced and you go to my module. And I have a lot of modules there because I use them actively. You probably have less. And now you save one of them and you call it whatever you want. So you can call it my quirky colors, right? I'm gonna make it public. And you can give it some classification. You can also make it public so other people find them. Yes, the modules are applied before everything else. So what we now have is, we can now go back to my filters, and these are your filters, right? The ones you load. So you can also edit the modules here by clicking my modules. Now you load whatever filter you want to use. Let's say my filter from the last league. And by the way, you see I loaded it, got updated, right? It works. So now is the big brain time, right? You click user created modules. You click my own. And now you select your module. I have a lot of them, you will not have so many. And there's my quirky colors, and you add it. Apply. And now this thing applies to your filter, and you can use the same module across many filters, and you can use many modules in one filter. So this allows you to make kind of like your own building block, like Lego style. You can have your stuff leveling module. You can have your module for, I don't know, for ruthless. You can have your own module for your tier list. You can have your own module for sizes. There's a lot of things you can do there. So you split the changes from one big bunch into many different building blocks, and you can combine them and use multiple filters. What if two modules modify the same thing? So first of all, don't do that. That's a stupid thing to do. Don't do that. But if you really want to, you can, let's say I'm going to add a couple of modules there. You can go to currently loaded, and in this very beautiful interface, you can drag and drop their priority. And this is the order of priority they take. This is the highest priority. Your changes have in this field have the highest priority. It's not very well represented. We will rework the screen. We are aware the screen is not good. Then this is the one that is a little bit lower. This is even lower. This is even lower. So the lowest one has the highest priority, right? They kind of like merge down. So you can say that this one has the highest priority, this one lower, this one lower. This is not something, as I said, this is the in-stacking FilterBlade mode. This is not for everyone. But you will, it is a useful mode. And if you kind of wanna, if you have let's say you want to make guild filters, and everyone should use the same tiering, but everyone has their own items for their specific build. This is very useful for that. So you can all use the same tiering, and everyone gets the same module every time they load. But at the same time, they can still have their own, changes. Default Uber strict from GG website still autoplates, but nothing created with FilterBlade does? Yes. This is because the default Uber strict that I upload is updated by me. My servers update the server on the ladder. But if you wanna update the filters from FilterBlade, you actually need to invest some sort of server power to update. Auto updates are not automatic. There needs to be something calculating the merge process. So if you want auto updates on FilterBlade, it costs you a couple of dollars because our servers need to do the work for you, and we need to maintain our servers. But you can of course go for the free versions I've built and maintained since years. Is there a way to separate weapons and armor in the filter so you can add them separately? I knew I forgot something. This was on the list. So depends on what exactly you need, but generally speaking there are. Please ask in the Discord. You'll be helped with how to use custom rules and BTMs. There's definitely options to do that, but we're also going to add more comfortable options. So some things you can do, for instance, in order to edit that, there's a couple of things you can do. I just want to show you a couple of options. The one problem we have on FilterBlade is you have so many options to do different things. I think we need to make things a bit more streamlined. Let me just reset my filter. So let's say you want to edit a specific thing in the endgame. So you want to see what kind of items you see specifically in the endgame. What kind of rare items. So the section you want to go to is endgame rares, right? That makes sense. Now you have the weapons and armors. And you can't separate them here. I may add class type editing here, so it makes it a bit easier. But what you can do is you can use these sort of drop downs, right? So what you could do is you could go to something like Axes, and if you don't want to see any X, you can right click and click set visible to unseared. So this just removes all X's from this list. Or you can set all to B. Also, do you see the point? Or you can change each of them individually. So you pick a brush like brush A and click on them. So this is the one way you can edit, right? You can also do it for every single other, what the fuck? Summoner div cut is S tier? How the fuck? What happened there? How? Okay, I am reviewing the div cuts. We're going through every single freaking div cut now. I don't know what happened there, but the economy snapshot I had is trash. Okay, I don't know how I managed to have the snapshot. This is fine. Most of them seem fine, but some of them, for some reason, how did they end up here? Okay, something went really wrong with the div cards. I'm not sure how individual small divination cards crept into things that were otherwise really good. That will unfortunately need probably a ping. Okay, but that just will take us a couple of minutes. Okay, that means more work. Lonely Warrior. What is Lonely Warrior? That's fine. This is fine. Fine. Actually, this may go down. It's here. Oh, it didn't even save. Okay, something went wrong because I changed it. It shouldn't be here. I think somehow the changes I've done got lost. It's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay, then we will be going through them. Let me make a quick post. Ah, kimchi, not on the keyboard. I don't know what happened there, but I need to fix it later. Somehow my div cut tiering got damaged. This does not matter right now. For now, we're just gonna fix it, and then we're gonna look into the reason for that, right? This is the right order of events. That means we need to review every single card there. So yeah, active divination card fixing right now. This is the squire. What is Slumbering Beast? Himikora's Lock. The Soul Taker, right? Strategies is fine. Void should not be here. Why is Void here? Something is really weird. Okay, so S tier has been reviewed. 5 Village got Laker is intention from this year escape. One last score. Do we know this one? Experiment. Okay, Luminous Drop. Did I move this one? Voices, Desecrate Virtue, Familiar Call. Pharaoh, Julia Pharaoh. That's not. The Lake. Missed Greatest Intentions. A Fate Worse Than Death. Assassin's Gift. No, yes, that's Ezra's Reward is a Prismatic Jewel. Yeah, guys, sorry about the mess up. I don't know what happened there. You have to re-download the filter later on. I think you'll be fine, but still, it's a bit annoying. 5 Chaos Orbs. Duality. Double Influence Item. Fateful Meeting. League Specific Item. Corrupted. I don't think this is T2 material. Friendship. False Uprising. This actually could be it. Home was an exceptional support gem, right? Yep. Imperfect Memories. It used to be a synthesis item, I think. But it's now gone. Last Hope. Last Hope is Mortal Hope, and we can move it down to tier 3. Last Stand. The Surrender. That is fine. Elysian Temptation. Nebulous. Lucky Bastion is a Svalin. That goes into S tier. Misery in Darkness. The Lightless Monochrome is Valdor's Puzzle Box. Wanted Prosperity, I think, with the Exalted Orbs. Now it's the Light of Meaning, that's fine. Academic was the Inspired Learning 8 stack, that's fine. Artist was Enhanced, right? Level 4 Enhanced. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is S tier. Probably at least A tier. This is so stupid that this is thing right now. I don't know why this happened. Astromancer. The Soul Ripper. Okay. Deep Ones. Tidebreaker. This could be better than 8 here, but I'm gonna play it safe. Always good to play it safe with such things. Doppelganger. Yeah, Doppelganger should never be 8 here. That is tier 4C. Where was I? Deep One's Destination, right? Endless Darkness, Void Forge. This could be S tier. It's hard to say. Void Forge is usually pretty expensive at the start. Forbidden Fruit. Uber Pinnacle Fragment. That's fine. Fortunate. Piece of a Divine Orb. The Gulf is a Thread of Hope. Double Corrupted. Probably 80 at least. Hook is Transfigured Gem. 8 pieces, yeah, it should be fine. Innocent is 40 Orbs of Regret, but needs 10 pieces. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Let's get one tier down. Last one standing, I think it was at Series X. Yeah, it's fine. Let's keep it for here for now. Maybe more important, especially if you can. No, you can't besiege this. Venus Kitchen Knife, probably at least A tier, maybe S tier. Leviathan, Maven item, okay. Mayor, Light of Meaning, the Patient, the Queen, the Rabbit's Foot. incursion while they sacrifice their shortcut. Quicksilver flask with the cheetah, okay. And the union is a 10 gem cutter prism combo plus 7, that is 3. Last Supper. Venus Kitchen. No, we had this. Oh god. Getting headache from this. No. No, you're totally right. The div cards were in a terrible state. I don't know what happened there. Something during the update has malfunctioned because I did rework a lot of the div cards. There's a bunch of changes to the algorithm, and it's not good that it's functioning like that. I don't want it to be this bad, right? So this is not good. So it's good that we rework that. It's just as annoying as it happens right now. It's also annoying that I have to ping people because of that. Tranquility votes of artery, that is not material. But that is fine. This is just part of, you know, doing stuff. Bugs happen. It's not about preventing them. You can't prevent things from sometimes going wrong. It's about being able to address them really quickly and having good ways to figure them out. Still, I am not happy. Alright, now T3. We're gonna go through all of them. Votes, okay, a union, innocent familiar core, Matryoshka, Eldritch, perfection. Perfect Eldritch, implicit modifier. Yeah. Auspicious ambitions. We have this. Okay, experimented item. This T3, a modest request. Megalomaniac, okay. A stone perfected, a module jewel, maybe even year 2. Abandoned Wells was Exalted Orbs, Arceus Prophecy. That's fine. Alluring Bounty, that was 7 Exalted Orbs, 10. Altered Perception, Simulacrum, Broken Promises. Annoying, but we have to do that. That's okay. Use Implicit Burning Blood. Stops Blood. Chaotic Disposition 5. Costly Curia. Item Double Influence. Council of the Cats. But I need to break afterwards. I am tired. Arrow item Deadly Joy. Torrent's Reclamation. Demigod's Vager is Orb of Annulment. Doriani's Epiphany, probably some gem. Transfigured Gem. Trapped in Dreams is Six-Link Astral Blade, Eternal Bonds. I really don't want, you know, end up a situation where kind of a high tier card is something in the low tier. Now I expect the issue is the reverse. I am very, very certain that if the issue happens, it's because things are mostly in reverse. But we're gonna, that's okay. We are gonna go through all of them and ensure that everything is fine. I'm just gonna be very destructive towards my psyche. Vow Temple, Lucky Deck, Magnum Opus. What is Magnum Opus was removed? More Blade, Eye of the Great Wolf. Okay, but I take 16 cards. Yeah, let's leave it there. Peaceful Moment, Timeless Jewel, Rebirth and Renew. Remembrance. Precursor, Emblem, Silence, and Frost, Pandemonious, Temperance. Luckily, I know most games, the game really well, so you know I can pretty much tell you very quickly if something is rightfully or wrongly tiered. We just need to see what the result is. Change the bind is correct. Dreamer. I know this one. Child item. Eldritch Decay. You just need to confirm that I remember them correctly. Enforcer. Eldritch Decay could probably go up. Oh, no, 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 no. No typos allowed. No idea about this one. A wallet item. That may be expensive, I don't know. I don't think in this meta. Two implicit time reach 4 cards. I don't think that's bad. The Everlasting Originator Incarnation item. Probably not bad. The Eye of the Dragon is an Empower, right? No, it's a jewel. That can be good, what you see. I've been a Raw Feather, Garish Power, Jewel. Gem Cut, the Gem Cutter Prism, Journey. That is a Journey Tattoo. Takes 4 cards, okay. Replica Dragonfang's Fang. 5. Life Thief. Zerf's Heart. Long Con. Elder Slayer Exalted Orb. That's probably okay. The Offspring is a good band and also a Rislata's Coil. The one that got away, it's dramatic names here. Replica Weighted Dress. Isn't that like hyper expensive? The Polymath was the Astromantis, right? Yep. Price of Royalty. Skin of the Loyal, 4 cards. Probably slightly better now. The Professor. The Cloister. The... Can go up again. The Saint's Treasure. 2 Exalted Orbs. The Scout was 1 Exalted Orb, right? No, 7, okay. The side quest. Incarnation Echo. Probably T3. The Spark and the Flame. Barracks Respite, that probably could be more expensive than that during this league. Tumbleweed. Oh, no, no, no mistake. Diamond Drink of Redemption. Who asked? Dictator's Weapon Fractured. 9 items. Okay. These are new cards. I don't know what they do. Alright, now T4. Oh god, there's so much more left. Doppelganger. Mirage Era. Sea of Blue. Okay, at this point, I think I can use the easier way to check it. Five and 7 earthquake in New Zealand. Oh shit. Oh god. Hope they're okay. New Zealand earthquake. Oh fuck. 5-0 in Auckland. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go through all the cards there that are T4 or lower and check that they are fine. Of course, I don't have data for that. Crap. I forgot that I reworked this. Well, then more normal work. Sea of Blue. Acclimatization. Skittering Delirium Orb. 4 cards. Could be higher. Avian Pursuit is higher. Cat is there. Sorry guys, I need to do a hot patch. Somehow my divination criterion that I prepared broke, and I'm kind of reworking everything to ensure that everything is fine. Checkmate. Coveted Possession. Regal of Dementophobia. And Delirium Orbs. Disdain. Delirium Orb, Emperor's Luck, Harmony of Souls. I know many of these cards by heart, but you know, it's so many and kind of like breaks my brain by looking at these. So I just look on the other screen, then I know, okay, this is a 6-link body armor. It's influence, okay, it's fine, won't be too expensive. 20 of usings, Man Despair, Be Serious Scarab, more is never enough. 4 scarabs, everything is no traces. That's fine. Runic Luck, 10 refresh currency, that's also okay. So we just need to go through all of them and then do an announcement. That's okay. Society through Retros alterations. So sorry, very, very unhappy with this happening. The Cacophony, Deafening Essence, the Card Sharp. Divination Scarab, the Deal. Spark. And the Flame. Put it twice. Yeah, thanks for telling me that. It's good to know. If you spot an issue, please tell me. Also, until this is done, until we've gone through all of them, no answers to all questions. Sorry. Nurse still tier 1. Nurse can be in tier 1, can't it be? Nurse is 64th of a headhunt. The headhunt is usually 64 divines or something like that. Six-link, Val Regalia, Ethereal. Probably better at the start. Oh, it's just a Val Regalia, but that's hard to tell. Or Catalyst, that's fine. No, you know what? That could be tier 3. The Fool. 20 off of chance, that's fine. The Heroic Shot. Oh god, this is going higher. This is going places. This is at least T2. The Price of Prescience. Vow Temple Map. The Guardian Occupied Map, so this is probably okay in C4. Tainted Mythic Orb. Survivalist was just a Val op, right? No, it was Alchemy ops, that's okay. Thinker, Stable, 5 fossils. Tireless Extractor, was this oils? 10 oils, it could be anything, so it could be T3.
Glorious spectacle.
Guys, sorry about this whole mess. I don't know why this happened. So next thing I'm gonna do, once this is fetched, I will be reviewing how this could have happened. How did I lose all of my divination cards hearing? I know this time divination cards are a bit tricky because, you know, I have I'm merging 2 different economy models, but this is no excuse for sloppiness. On the side. Okay, T3 is done. T4 currency is done. Offering to the goddess. This can stay in T4 currency for now. Six-link Harbinger bow. This can go into T4. Ever changing. It's fine. Loyalty, Reign of Chaos, Catalyst Flows, give the Gambler the skull with 3 voices. Okay, this is all crap. With the 3 voices again. Oh, it's 3 essences. That's fine. Okay, Bowyer's Dream. Okay, just 2 more sections. Let's do it. Arrogance of the Vow is a random double corrupted item. The Summoner. This is what started it. The Chilling Wind. Cold Snap, level 21. That's actually better, quite good right now, right? This league. That series Arsenal, Weapon Corrupted, Azure Rage, Punishing Map, Baited Expectation. This is a fishing item. Baited Expectation, what? Darkness? Oh, no, I'm just tired and my Cluster Jewel. Item level 84. It's better than that. Blind Venture. No. Corrupted Drink, Boon of the First Ones. Don't remember that was Bestial item. Okay, Broken Truce, Cold Iron Point, that is better than C4 right now. Brotherhood in Exile. One with nothing. It's fine, let's move it up. Brush, Paint and Pellet, Artist, 5 cards. Artist is not that great. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't know if it's this tier. Let's go move it up, T4C. Chasing Risks, Synthesis item. Probably okay. Dark Dreams, Bone Helmet, Elder item. That's fine. Dark Temptation. is obliteration card. I mean, at the very start, this could be okay. Both of them going up. Deathly Designs. 21-23 Trap Jam. Need 7 cards. I mean, this is like day one. This is not terrible. Yeah, this is definitely better than this. Purity, Endless Night is Melanie's Mechanism is definitely not bad. Etched in Blood. Recruits, Quills, Double Crab, it's not very popular. Nagamo's Flame. Further Invention. Gift of the Gambling Queen. Glimmer of Hope. So many cards. Guys, soon, that's okay. Guardian's Challenge. Okay. No, it should be up. Haunting Shadows, Metamorph item. Gonna move it up just in case. I'm a bit afraid of this messing things up. Heterochromia was a 2-stone ring, right? Yep. Same thing here. Could be better than this. Hope. Hope was a, I think was a ring. I remember it was prismatic corrupted ring. Would be good because it kind of frequently output. No, it's 5 cards. Never mind. Hubris. Ring. Hunter's Resolve was a bow. Imperial Legacy was the scrappy 23 thinker. Jack in the Box, just a bit ambition. Synthesis map that can stay there. Keeper's Corruption. Eldritch, Bone Helmet, Concentrated Effect, 7 cards, probably tier 3. Going to be used by some weirdos. Lacrimal Necrosis, that is always valuable at the start. Okay, where were we? Now it's much easier to work with them. Because the sorting of the cards is very annoying before. We can just a better vision, right? Yep, now left to Fate. Unidentified Corrupted, Lost Roads, Map, Lisa's Respite, Agate Amulet, Merciless Armament, Merciless Supernet Weapon, Mid Gloves, Nook's Crown, no idea, Bone Helmet. That's like 5 Bone Helmet cards, guys. Stop giving gods divination cards. Parasitic, Peasant. 10 Incubator? Don't know. Perfection. Perfect, Eldritch Implicit, yeah. I think need to review the cards that we change afterwards, quickly. Poison Phase, Arakalis Fang, 8 cards. I don't expect this to be really in demand. Bridge. Pride Before the Fall. Calm's Heart. Pride of the First. Wait. Expensive. Everyone in their grandmother want Calm's Heart since there's so many signs there. Ah, God. Pride of the First. Yeah, we're getting there, don't worry. Perils, Fur. What is up with this absolute shit tier? I have no idea how this happened. This is like complete garbage tier. Something got cranked up. You know, everything else looks totally fine, but this is definitely with me trying to clean the data. And it was okay like yesterday, but I don't trust this whole process anymore, so we're just gonna do it by hand like in the good old days. You know, I used to do it like every update. I mean, there were like 1/7 of the divination cards back then, but still. And I am sorry that I'm completely ignoring you. Zoe, you are aware that I'm doing a big rework, right? I mean, you probably did not miss it. So yeah, expect a push. Tabula Rasa, like this one. Look, this is in C4. Ooh. This is so weird. So I think I'm gonna just guess what happened. I tried to merge 2 economy snapshots, and I think somehow I merged them in the reverse way. So instead of the divination cards from the late league being expensive, being kept around, I kind of merged them accidentally. I will review the. So first of all, disabling divination card tiering, right? This is completely getting disabled for now. And I'm going to be reviewing this afterwards so that this is completely fixed and tested. I'm looking at the same thing 10 times already because I keep forgetting where I was stopped. But at least it will be a good update. You know. I can guarantee you that this tiering will be better than the automated one. Or the previous one at least, right? At least I can also save this afterwards, you know, and it'll probably be much better than what we had before, so that we can simply reuse this tiering kind of as a default. Merciless, another one. Ah crap, where was I? That is so good that we're doing that. That would have been resulted in the worst divination card tiering I've ever had. By far. Complete garbage. So tired. Forgotten treasure. The fox. Level 20 gem. The gentleman. I think it was a sword or something. Pale heart. Life of knowledge. Machine nuggets. Okay, those go up definitely. And the king's heart as well. Those are all at least three. Let me confirm that hunger was Stays of Fate, right? Yeah, we just saw it. And then we have the king's heart, which is a calm heart. Okay. The fathomless depths, right? Okay, lion. Lion item. Okay, that is unlikely to be good. Fourth, wow, long watch. I know what, it can go up a bit. Magma Crab, I think, is the good card. I think it was level 21 Molten Shell, Lava Molten Shell. Let's take it with us. It's one of those things that is good to have at the start. The Mercenary. The Shield, the Messenger, Harbinger item. I think it always gives you an Ascended Harbinger item. Now you can't get the unascended ones anymore, so that is probably nice. The Mountain Jewel of Potency, the one with Penitent for Syringe, I think, or something like that. And it's a drink. The Porcupine is a 6-sling bow. The Primordial is the Primordial Jewel, which will go up, up, up. The Prince of Darkness. Elegant Hubris. What was Elegant Hubris again? Wasn't the Timeless Jewel? Yes, it was. 6 cards for a Timeless Jewel and risk. If those two go up. The Rite of Elements. Golem Gem 21. Not sure if it's enough for new one quality there. Okay, Runic one-hand weapon. The shepherd sandals, double crafted boots would be nice, but it's a random pair of boots, right? We're not gonna look at the siege items. No, let's get this. You know what? The skeleton. Summon skeletons. Okay. We had draw the power, right? The storm program. Agnoid staff. The thaumaturgist. Shadow revelation. That throne was the calm roots. I think they'll be actually better this league than before. So no, you want them with the Vestige modifier. Power. Stuff. Traitor. Want. Tyrant. Merciless weapon. 9 cards. Undaunted nemesis item. Yeah, come on. The undisputed merciless vow axe. I mean, that makes sense. Attribute transforming jewel. Corrupted. The Valkyrie. Nemesis item, but this is 8 cards. This is too much. The Warlord. Chrono. The Wedding Gift. Arakalis Fang. 2 cards. It's definitely good enough. Actually, let's put this up as well. Whiteout was cosplay. 8 cards, no, too much. Wilted Trolls. 21 Origin. The Wolf. Votes of Atziri. The Wolf's Legacy. Here's Legacy as well. Wait, what? No, it was looking for the same card. No, the Wolf is Hion's Fury. The Woven King's Bite. Not the Wolves. It was through the Wolverine as well. Claw. Cool. The Wretched. This is a random belt. Time Lost Relic is a league-based unique. Toxic Tide. They're still tiered, so you'll be getting like crap. Double Corrupted Dendrobate. It's probably pretty nice, just don't see this league. Which double corrupted chainbreaker. I mean, it can go up at here. Overpowering opal ring, elder item. 20% stormfire. All right, now the T5, and then we are done. Fertile Mind, PoE, Fertile Mind, that was an attribute corruption jewel. This is kind of like an emergency thing. I don't usually do this. It's not my usual, modus operandi. Asena's Mark. This should not be down there. Aliga's Grace. The forest, 6 cards now. Audacity. Doriani's Fist. Bound by Flame. Level 21 Flame Link. Yes, this goes up, way up. In fact, this goes TQ. Because I know how many of those are going to be played. Outfoxed. Is, no, wait, wrong list. Never mind, we were there already. Audacity, Boundless Realms, Map, go of the first ones. No, you need to look. We need to look at the changes for divination cards in a second. I think one card could change and the rest stays the same. So we're not gonna touch the one, but the rest will change. Okay, more of Mischief. A Fade. Wait, what? No, it's the wrong card. That's More to go grasp. Okay. Garbage indeed. Destined to crumble. So this here only should contain complete garbage. Things that are very unattractive. They can still contain, you know, crystal scepter, right? This can be Nyctus lantern, or yeah. Might is right. Canon, prosperity, light of meaning corrupted. Yeah, this is going up. What the hell happened there? Rain tempter. Rats. I am doing this in circles at this point. Struck by lightning. Was this a lightning coil? No, it was electrocuting jewelry. Vitarius influence. This is really not good. The arena champion, just a random one. Army of blood. Bloodborne, the Avenger. I think that was in Mjolnir. A corrupted Mjolnir is not really a big deal. Belly of the beast. The betrayal. Malikar's futurity. The blazing fire. You know what? We're actually gonna just grab these and move them up there. They're not exactly amazing, but they are C4 material. Beyond item, carrying crown, coming storm. I'm not looking up carrying crown. Lightning coil. I do not think this really belongs there, but oops. But I think this could be okay. Same for conduit. I don't know if people will be playing this whole phase breaker setup, so it's kind of hard to tell. The Deceiver. Belt of the Deceived. The Demoness. It was the Death Sand, right? The Dragon. Coruscating Elixir. This is always worth something at the start of the league. So the early league, so I can actually see the early league tiering was not applied somehow. So it broke in multiple exciting ways. Somehow my usual divination got tiering. That was okay. It was the best, but it was okay. It was completely broken. It was Lifespec, right? Yeah, it's one of the earliest cards in the game. Inoculated, Seraphim's Armor, Insatiable, the Harvest, the Jester, Merciless one-handed weapon. Julius Boon was a 5-link armor. Well, this one thing that can be there for T4 for a couple of minutes. It's gonna bite me in the butt. That's O's. Some people may want to run it. Nearly done, guys. Sorry about this mess. Also, I bet this is the worst stream ever right now. Kakajek. Don't think this is worse. So tricky with such cards. You know, Kakajek will be good if you find the day 1. If you find the day 2, it will be absolute crap. How do you see that? And the Sable Amulet, the Siren. This is kind of like one of those items that some items have such more priced gaps that you really need to play around them incredibly correctly. Kind of maybe I need at some point to introduce kind of something like day 1 mode, which is going to be incredibly hard to code because of the issues connected to it, but the Wolf Shadow, another Wolf card. Wolf's Legacy. Come on. Wolves. The Wolf's Shadow. Wait. Oh, we already moved it. Thirst for Knowledge, Gluttony. Sandra Skies. I think that was the bow, right? Completely worthless. Turn the other cheek. I think it was also garbage of the this and this garbage. Vile Power, Doomfledge, and Volatile Power. Voucher. Okay. Oh my god. I think we are finally done. Let's see if we can rebuild this. Oh, I need a headache, bro. Science Heart Science won't Calm's Heart because they use Flame Link, and Flame Link skills with Link effect and with the amount of life you have. Grease is nice. Please don't back around. Okay, divination card tier list looks much more reasonable now. Okay, let's post the shit. So, wait, did I update the number? The number needs to get updated. Zoe, if you're here, is there anything else you need to be aware about? Syntax error and CDR's preset, let me take a look.
This is exquisite.
What the fuck? What the hell is that? What is this? What is this new? Is this correct? So you're just saying one, but you're not actually saying what kind of socket this should be. Why did this update? Was it previously... You removed the V, right? So, okay, is this... No, we need to first bring this update live, then we look into the other issue. First this. So div card rework, let's push this. This goes there. Then most importantly, I need to push this thing, come on. Div card rework, then this goes into div card rework. Okay, so this goes there. Now we need to do the update. So this is next stuff, right? Now we are in early leak mode, so it won't be running any economy generation. So this is not the issue. So all I need to do now is run the hardcore and the softcore filter generation. While this is running, let us push this. And while this is running, let us also prepare this start. Okay, now we need to take a look at the syntax that CDR is facing. My brain is too numb with this shit. Okay, can we... This is the moment I would really think maybe I need to just go with an AI. My mind is completely melting. So let's figure out how this is passed. This looks correct. Compare socket group. No, not compare socket group. There needs to be some sort of pass socket group function. Pass socket socket group. Let's find this crap. Do we need to validate socket group? We need to validate it, right? We are not passing, we are validating it. So this is not it. Okay, initialize suggestion entry. I need more space here. We'll figure it out, don't worry. Entry. Thank you so much for the bits and thanks for the support, guys. Is this correct? What's this line list? No, I'm pretty sure I know the class. I can probably go by class. Is this it? Validate identifier value in a
Glorious.
$918 in filter constants. Let's check it out. By the way, I'm already pushing the other fix. Oh god, so many Chrome tabs. That's because I'm updating. That's fine. Okay, that is... Crap, I lost the spot. Okay, filter constants 918. And let's try to simulate the issue. So what they did is they added this link, right? No. I think it was there. What happened to this UI? So something happened here. This is weird. Let's confirm that, but we're getting there. We're nearly done. Updating. Come on. Okay, now it's live. Let's see. So when this is live, I need to do a bit of management. Okay.
Glorious.
Okay. Let's see. One second. Guys, can you take a short break? Then we'll proceed with the other bug. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back, guys. I think this is it for me. I will fix the other error. It's a small error. It's not even an error. It's just a wrong display on for one preset, and then I'll be updating the presets. I am way too tired. I need to take a longer break. I need to do some coding. I think everything is done. Everything is updated. So if you grab the filter now, it will be fine. But you will need to wait until the servers are up. Until you will need to wait till the servers are up until you can upload the filter. So let me just do a bit of a rundown. All right, so I really recommend you to use the auto adjust for build. This thing will help you have a good start. Check definitely the advanced mode for strictness. Later on you can update the strictness later as well. Oh, maybe the update is up. Okay. Thanks guys for being here. I will raid Zizun. Tell hi to him from me. I hope he's live. If he's not, I'm gonna raid Maz also. Tell him to update his filter again if he didn't. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be here again for more streaming, more gameplay over the next days, but I need a break. My mind is not meant for long-term parallel streaming and programming. Look, guys, thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Have a wonderful week. Bye. And thanks for all the supporters. Sorry, I forgot to call the names.